And here we are. Hello everyone and welcome to this August edition of the Winestream. I am Uncle Kage, I don't know why. If anybody is watching for the very first time, welcome to my living room, which is where this is filmed. If you have never seen a Winestream before, let me go over very, very quickly, basically how it works, the general format of a Winestream. See, I usually start out very staid and sober as I am now, and then I introduce a bottle of wine or other spirit that I intend to drink, and I talk about it, and I make all sorts of pretentious noises, and how good it is, and how to tell if it's good. And I tell a story or two when I drink that wine, and then I look at the chat channel here, and I drink some more. Then somebody asks me what I'm drinking because they got here late, so I have to hold up the bottle again and tell them once again what I'm drinking. Then I look back at the channel and notice that somebody's asked the same question 47 times because they're desperate for me to answer it, and they don't seem to realize that this goes by fairly rapid fire, and it's sort of like a game of roulette for me. I just kind of put my eyes over here, and whatever they land on, that's the one I look at. Do me a favor, let's try an experiment. Let's set a maximum of 5. If you ask the same question 5 times and I don't answer it, statistically, I probably have seen it. I may not want to answer it. So let's see how that goes. But anyway, I then go and I tell another story or two, and I look at the channel and answer questions, and then I introduce the Patreon patrons, because this is a Patreon-supported channel. Yes, of course. Then somebody in the channel asks what I'm drinking again because they got here really late, so I got to hold the bottle up and tell them what I'm drinking. And then I look at the channel and I start saying more and more off-the-cuff things. Then I start swearing, then I start singing, and it pretty much goes downhill from there. So you don't have to stay for the whole thing if you don't want to. So let's get right down to it. Those of you who were here prior to the beginning, okay, let me tell you what went on. See, I got this beautiful bottle of sake. I went to the sake store and I bought it. I'd never seen this one before. It's chikurin, and it says all sorts of pretentious things on the back here. Let's see, it's floral and herbal on the nose with hints of champagne and cherries on the palate. Bullshit. It's booze. You drink it, you get shit-faced. That's what it's for. But it's got to taste good. This is a Junmai Ginjo sake. Those of you who have listened to me rattle on about sake before know that that means the rice that was used to make it has been polished down to somewhere between 50 and 60% of its original size. This one happens to be polished to 50%, which typically is a very, very high quality sake. As for age, I couldn't find it, but then I happened to look at the cap. This has a bottling date of March of this year, and sake is best when it's fairly fresh. Less than 6 months old is best. Less than a year, if it's expensive sake, at 18 months, I wouldn't bother it. So I decided I wanted to sample this one first, and I poured it. And the very first thing that struck me when I poured it was the color. Again, if you're new to this, I apologize, but remember I'm always saying that sake should have little or no color at all. This was just a little bit darker than I think it ought to be. The yellow color, sometimes some sake naturally has a slight yellow color, but it can also mean that it has started to oxidize. And I think that's what happened to this one, because when I tasted it, it tasted rather harsh, rather bitter, and it had a bitter aftertaste that lingered. Sake should not have a lingering aftertaste. If it does, it should be sweet. Fortunately, when I go to the sake store, I never buy just one bottle. I actually stocked up in there. Some of you might have seen this little bitty bottle before. This is Ban Ryu. This is a very unpretentious sake. It's pretty much considered a table sake, but it happens to be exceptionally smooth, very, very mellow. And if I pour it and I give you a chance to compare. Hang on. Yeah, if you compare the colors of the two, do you see how one of them is a little bit more yellow. Actually, in this light, they look pretty much the same, but from when I'm looking at them, I can definitely see a difference. The Ban Ryu is simple but elegant, very sweet, and it has all of the traits that I mentioned earlier. It's alcohol, it gets the job done, and it tastes good. So, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I'm going to leave it here because you never know. We might get to the point in the stream that I don't care and drink it anyway. Hopefully we don't get to that point because I have more than one bottle of this too. The bottling date on this, incidentally, is, if I can find it, this is, where is it here? There it is, January of 2011. So, yay. Nom, nom, nom. 2011. Sorry. I shouldn't have started so early. January of 2020. Let's see. And the reason I got confused there is because the year that's given on it is the year 2 in the imperial calendar. Now, as I was going on about sake this and sake that, and oh, look how much I know about booze. Yes, it's only because I drink a lot of it. I noticed somebody said, why is slow mode on? Slow mode sometimes is a little bit necessary because, again, I like interacting with people, but every once in a while somebody just starts rapid fire throwing stuff out at the channel. Remember, it goes by pretty quickly, so I need to slow it down just a little bit so when I play that game of roulette and my eye falls on it, it's not shooting by so fast that I got to keep reading before it goes off the screen. And Gummibjorn says, so the half-yellow dog piss Ronnie bought to EF a couple of years back was not worth drinking? I'm not sure which one you mean, Gummibjorn, because Ronnie generally does not bring bad sake, but you can get a bottle. Again, this one had all the hallmarks of a good sake. We'll let Cerberus show you here. Yeah, look at that. That sake should not be that color. Even what appears to be a good bottle, you just might have gone off. Oh, Kaiwin's here. Hi, Kaiwin. Kristen Disney Girl, have I heard from Tianlong? I was just talking to Tianlong earlier, and he'll be very, very pleased that he didn't miss anything here. Speaking of Tianlong, Tianlong, of course, is a Chinese celestial dragon. They are responsible for storms. He may be visiting tonight. I keep casting nervous glances this way. North Carolina is rather famous for its stormy weather at times, and the weather report is getting increasingly ominous. Should the stream abruptly end, it probably means I had a power flicker. We'll try to get back as quickly as we can. Mr. Morningstar, oh boy, do you like fill-in-the-blank flavored sake? The answer is no. Sake should not be flavored. There is no reason to flavor sake. Sake has a flavor. It's got a very good flavor. If you have to put flavoring in your sake, you got crappy sake. This stuff can have flavoring in it. Thank you very much. But no. How was my day? It was a little bit slow, but I got a lot done. Mostly. Oh, let's see. And Russell Dixon says, earthquake! Ah, yes. Was it this past Sunday? I think it was last week. I was sitting in this exact spot, as a matter of fact, and I was just perusing YouTube videos Sunday morning, didn't really have too much to do. And I was pondering, what did I want to have for breakfast? Maybe I'll go out and pick something up, takeout, of course. And as I was sitting and pondering and just looking at idle amusements, this entire building shook rather pronouncedly. It wasn't just a little jiggle. The entire thing just sort of lurched, and it did it twice. And the first thought I had was, what the hell are the people downstairs doing? But then I realized that no matter what they're doing, they're not going to make the building lurch sideways like that. So I thought, oh goodness, maybe a car has hit the building. So I quickly threw on a shirt. I wasn't wearing a shirt, you see. I threw on a shirt and I ran outside, and there was no car in the building and no alarm raised, and everything seemed as it should be. My neighbor from across the way happened to come out, and I said, hey, say, did you feel that just now? And he said, feel what? I said, the whole building just shook rather violently. And he said, I didn't feel anything. But we got kids here, so we wouldn't feel it anyway. I said, yeah, I can see that. So yeah, North Carolina is not known for its overly seismic activity, but they tell me it measured 5.1 on the Richter scale, which was interesting. Yeah? Carolyn the Wolf asked, how often do you make other videos, like the weather time-lapse or the tuna quartet? Well, Carolyn, some of those videos I made a year or two ago when I was unemployed and had lots of time on my hands. So how often? It's sporadic, when inspiration strikes me. The time-lapse that I made of the clouds coming in from the impending tropical storm, which rather fizzled in this area, I did just on a lark. I actually took the drawing cam over here and put it outside on the porch and filmed about 6 hours worth of clouds. And there was nothing really overly exciting about it until I sped it up. Then it got really exciting. Kaiwen says, are you sure it wasn't Jan? Yes, Kaiwen, I know it was not Jan, if by which you mean the building shaking, simply because I still had sake when I came back inside. Andy Hargreaves would like to know, how many plushes do you have? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess he counts as 3. So there you go. This is my crew. These are my peeps here. Now, over here I also have my eagle Boozer. If you've been to Anthro Northwest, you know Boozer's story. So I guess that's 4. Oh, and Ferragus over there, so that's 5. And Cinder would like to know, who are the plushies I have? Well, we got Pickles over here, little dragon. This is Substitute Ronnie. And this is Cerberus. He is the guardian of Heck, as you can see. And the ones off screen, yes, there's Boozer, the eagle, and Ferragus, the slackworm. An actual Ferragus slackworm, but he's over there. Hello, Louis. Oh, don't have time to stay. Well, thank you very much for stopping in the short time that you did. Oh, Mr. Morningstar has been depressed lately, but the notification of the Winestream made the depression go. Well, I'm very, very happy to hear that, Mr. Morningstar. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just up here screwing around and destroying my liver for no reason. But if it made you happy, then that's fine. Thank you very much. Jericho Shadowstep wants to know when I'm going to be doing another science video. I have another YouTube channel, my science channel, which has been extremely quiet of late. The reason is, I guess the best word to describe it is depression. I'm a scientist. That's what I do. I'm a man of science. I've been a scientist most of my life. Scientists try to educate people. We try to impart knowledge where we can. And what I noticed was on my YouTube channel, I was pretty much preaching to the choir. The people who really needed to see the stuff that I was putting out there weren't watching and didn't care to watch. Also, some of the comments they got were kind of nasty, and that kind of takes the sand out of you for making another video. I've been thinking of doing a video about vaccines and the whole anti-vaxxer movement. And I could. It would take me a couple of weekends to put it together, get all of the research out there, make sure everything is appropriate and I'm not putting forth any bad information. But it would just start a comment war in the comment section. It's not going to change anybody's mind. The people who are going to watch it probably have already been vaccinated. There won't be a single person who's going to watch that and say, oh, I had been an anti-vaxxer, but now I am not. So why should I waste my time when I could be sitting here watching other YouTube videos and experiencing earthquakes and drinking sake? Oh, Grandma Kage's here. Hi, Ma. Mr. Morningstar would say, would you ever make a video on mixing chemicals for your science channel? Actually, no, I would not. The problem is, what would I do? What would I mix? If I mixed something that was explosive and dangerous, someone would try it, and then I'd be responsible for somebody getting hurt. If I mixed something that was innocuous, it would be boring. So I'm not really sure why I would do that kind of video. Oh, BioShut is enjoying some hard cider. I do like hard cider. There's a little kombucha place has opened up about 1.5 miles, 2 miles away from here. They also have wine and ciders on tap, and they've got a blackberry cider, which is absolutely to die for. I've got like a gallon of it in my refrigerator. It's great to drink and it's great to enjoy, but you don't want to get drunk off it. You don't want to get drunk on something with that much sugar. It will screw you up, believe me. And Bjorthwolf says, a lot of the anti-vaxxers already saw the facts, but they don't understand it. You can't teach a fish to walk on land. That's an interesting choice of words, because a lot of these people get very, very upset if they see a fish with legs, if you know what I mean. Oh, boy. Oh, Blade Wolf is here. And I have been enjoying, believe me, I've been enjoying. Kyle wants to know, did I see the one about ammonia mixed with sulfur potassium alloy? I believe it means sodium potassium alloy. Yes, Gummibjorn pointed that to me. Essentially, it's a way to make, quite literally, free electrons, solvated electrons. The title of the video is a little misleading. See electrons with the naked eye. No, you can't see electrons with the naked eye, but they do form a magnificently colored solution. Let's see. Sindro says, what's that berry cider called? It's called Black Widow. I can't remember the name of the orchard or vineyard, apple yard that makes it, but it goes by the trade name Black Widow. You probably could look it up. Christian Disney Girl wants to know, what is your favorite dinosaur? I think most dinosaurs are pretty cool. I think my favorite dinosaur is the red-tailed hawk. It is a dinosaur. It's just one that's still alive today. But just about any of the theropods, they are proper dinosaurs. These big lumbering things that look like tanks on pillars, they're dull, they're boring. No, I like the theropods. Mr. Morningstar thinks it would be funny if I made a gaming channel. Well, I'd have to get one of those Twitch channels, and I'm not very good at these video games because you got like every button in the world, and some of them now you need a VR set for. Video games, when I was growing up, a video game had a joystick and 1, maybe 2 buttons, and that was enough for us. Oh, Bojo, hi. Plans to go back to Japan once travel is safe. Don't hold your breath. And Japan starts letting Americans in again. Don't hold your breath. Yeah, we can hope that it's soon, but much as I hate to say it, it is highly unlikely that during the current political administration, Americans are going to be able to go anywhere. That's all I'll say on that. And Layla Cookie, my opinion on the Beirut situation, it's terrible. It is criminal. Somebody was just damn lazy and didn't want to deal with it. When you've got tons of a highly explosive chemical sitting in a warehouse, you can't just shrug and say, I'll be retiring in a few years, it's somebody else's problem. No, somebody through inaction, laziness, and simple disregard for human life is responsible for all of the misery that took place in Lebanon. Vocal Armory, do you have any stories you can share with us today? I probably do, but my throat is so dry, I'll have to moisten it. Caraway talks about Uncle Kage's retro gaming channel. I wonder, maybe on Twitch, could I get an emulator and maybe play some of those magnificent old games like Donkey Kong and Ms. Pac-Man and Battlezone? I was a whiz at Battlezone. And Zaxxon. I was unbeaten at Zaxxon. That could be interesting. Let's see. Aldea Rufus tells us Thursday is the 40th anniversary of the passing of French-American pop singer Joe Dassin. I don't know Monsieur Dassin, but, well, here is to him. Let's see. Alkali reminds me we cannot mail you wine. It's illegal where you live. Yes. God bless North Carolina. I like calling North Carolina home, but you can't send liquor through the mail in North Carolina. Mr. Morningstar saw a video of me singing Carry On. I have no idea what you mean, Mr. Morningstar. I don't remember any such thing. T'Challa, yes, there is a Godzilla-themed museum that is opening in Japan. And leave it to the Japanese, they're actually building a zip line that you can zip line right into his mouth. It would be fun to see, but also knowing the Japanese, it's probably going to cost $500 to get in. Russell Dixon wants to know, what's the craziest fursuit you've ever seen? The one that comes to mind right away is the Mech Wolf. The age-old furry Trigger, who used to go completely overboard making fursuits, made a giant 9-foot-tall mechanical wolf that inside its mouth it had a little cockroach pilot, and when it moved, the cockroach's arms would move these levers back and forth. It was incredible. He's the one who made Neon Anubis. It was basically just a black spandex bodysuit, very Zentai looking. But he had, I guess, fiber optic things in it so that when he went into a dark room, it lit up into a neon-shaped Anubis. It was incredible. Let's see. Gumby Yorns talking about Uncle Kage01 at gmail.com. Yes, that's me. Dave Nevia says, why didn't you move to Virginia or something? Why don't you give me a job in Virginia that pays what I need to survive? That should answer your question. Let's see. Mir in VR, how many times have you been to Japan? I have been to Japan twice. Of course, being there for JMOF was the most recent, and oh my God, that was amazing. The very first time I went to Japan, it was one of those bucket list things. I finally had the money to travel, and I'd always wanted to go to Japan. So I brought along a friend of mine whose Japanese is a lot better than mine, and we went and we just tooled around for about a week. The three things that stood out most in my mind. One, the Japanese, part of their culture is they are excruciatingly polite, sometimes to a degree that Westerners cannot understand. And there's a lot about Japan that Westerners simply cannot understand. It is considered extremely rude, insulting even, to answer in the negative. You don't say no to someone in Japanese. It's just considered mean. For example, if I ask someone, if they understand what I said, they're not going to say no. They're going to say it's a little difficult for me. They dance around it. They're never going to give you. They have a word for no, but they don't use it. And that became very, very obvious when I got separated from my friend. And we were on our way to the rail station in Shinjuku, and I knew that the rail station was. Actually, I had no idea where it was. There was a police officer standing there, so I went up, and in my very, very piss poor broken Japanese, I said, Eigo wa wakarimasu ka? Do you speak English? And he turned and smiled and said, Hi! I said, oh, great, great. I need to get to a Shinjuku rail station. Can you point the direction? And he said, Hi! I said, that's good, that's good. So which way is it? Is it this way or that way? He said, Hi! I said, aha. You don't speak any English at all, do you? He said, Hi! Uh-huh. They have a shrine that is dedicated entirely to sake. My friend was afraid I would be arrested clinging to these giant, sake containers they have there, and the police trying to drag me away. I was also schooled a bit in another interesting bit of the the Japanese culture. The Japanese are extremely sensitive about their personal space. Even Japanese furs, they're not quite as huggy as the rest of us are. There's always this little awkward, is it okay? Are you sure? May I? The Japanese generally don't reach out and touch each other. That's one of the reasons they bow instead of shaking hands. My friend and I were walking along a little street in Tokyo, and the houses to our right had stairs going up, and they're rather steep stairs. And as we walked by, an elderly lady came out of her house and started down the stairs, and she wasn't very steady looking, so I was kind of watching from the corner of my eye and preparing myself. And as I predicted, she took a misstep and started to fall. So I stepped very quickly to the side, and I caught her. And she gave me the meanest look. And my friend grabbed me and threw me aside and started profusely apologizing to this lady and pleading for forgiveness and trying to say he's just American, they don't know anything. And then he grabbed me and hustled me away and was very cross with me, saying, what did you do? I said, well, she was going to fall. He said, you don't just touch someone here, especially an old lady. You in her mind, you pretty much molested her. I said, but what was I supposed to do? Let her fall? And he said, from her point of view, yes, she would have preferred that you let her fall rather than manhandle her like you did. Okay, that's difficult for an American to wrap their minds around. There was something of a mission that I had. I think I've told this story before on this stream, and it's good for telling over sake. Having grown up in the 1960s and 1970s, I pretty much was surrounded by veterans of World War II and, to a significant extent, World War I as well. So I guess I was imbued with an appreciation for and fascination with the history of that period of time. And a friend of mine, for my birthday one year, a number of years ago, he was a good old boy, redneck, central Pennsylvanian, gun rack, toting deer whistles on his pickup truck guy. He went to a gun show, and he got a present for me. Now, it was a lovely present, and he was charming, and I thanked him very, very deeply for it. At this gun show, he bought a collection of items that had been taken off the body of a dead Japanese soldier at some point in World War II. And he thoughtfully made a little shadow box out of them and presented it to me. And, ooh, yes, isn't that sweet? Thank you so much. And I accepted it, but I put it in a closet. I couldn't display it. It seemed to me both morbid and intensely disrespectful. There was a photograph, a picture of the guy, his military insignia, a letter in his pocket, a little booklet with things in. odds and ends like that, very, very personal effects. So I just kept it, and when I had the opportunity to go to Japan, I included on the itinerary a little side trip. In Tokyo, there is a shrine known as the Yasukuni Jinja. It is a shrine to Japan's war dead. It is controversial. There's no doubt about that, because enshrined there are people like Hideki Tojo, people who the United States considers to be Class A war criminals. But in the Japanese mind, okay, yeah, they were assholes, but they still fought for their country. They did their duty to their country and their emperor. So the shrine doesn't pay any attention to what you did, as long as you fought for the country. So I brought this with me. And when I went there, I asked one of the I guess it was a monk there. I asked, could I speak, because they have a museum there. I said, could I speak to the curator? And he said, "Hi!" And I said, "Oh God, not this again." But he went off, and a very, very nice dressed gentleman came out and introduced himself. That, yes, I am the associate director of the shrine. And I told him the story, and I showed him this, and I said, I can't keep this. I didn't know what to do. I figured that the very least I could do for the young man in this picture is to bring him home. So he accepted the things, and he asked for my name and my email address, and he went off. And I took a little bit of time to look around the museum they have there, including an absolutely pristine, mint condition Mitsubishi Zero. It's one of the most sexy fighter aircraft that's ever been made. I was enthralled by it. But I actually got an email back about 3 or 4 weeks later from that gentleman. From the letter and the stuff on there, they were able to identify this soldier and get in touch with his family. And they asked the family, would you like these things? And when the family said, no, that's okay, they have been enshrined now at the Yasukuni Jinja, so that he's got his own little place there now. So, yeah, as I said, it was the least I could do for him, and well, I hope I get rewarded someday for it. Jasper Pauls wants to know if I've seen the movie The Langoliers. Came out in the 90s, as I recall. I was working for a great fellow named Bob at the time. Bob saw The Langoliers, and he didn't like it. He kind of was sniffing at it, so I didn't bother watching it. So I actually never have seen it. Oh, wait, Pink Frilly Unicorn is here. Hello, Pink Frilly Unicorn. Let's see. Bojo says, if you're in Tokyo and need somebody who speaks English, find an Indian restaurant. That's a good hint. Okay, I'm going to keep that in mind. My Japanese got a little bit better just being at Jamoff and drinking the sheer amount of sake they had. My Japanese becomes perfect when I've got a bottle of sake in me. I can just rattle it off and converse with them, and I think they understand me, and they think I understand them, but we get along just fine. We speak the universal language. That's what alcohol does. Alcohol imparts a universal language that anyone in the world who is drunk can understand. It's very, very simple to follow because there are no consonants. It's made up entirely of vowels. You might have heard, if you've gone by a bar like after midnight, you might have heard the universal drunk language going on in there. I'll give you an example. Hey, I was, and the guy here, any other drunk can understand exactly what I'm saying. Let's see. Cinder the Starfire says, you do so much for so many. Thank you, Cinder. I just do what I can. What would you say is your favorite story of them? Wow. I don't help people to get stories. I help people because they need help. It's part of being an entertainer, part of being a clown. You want people to be happy. And most of the time you can do that by being silly and making them laugh. Other times it takes a little bit more of an effort. But at the end of the day, if someone walks away from me happier than they were when they first encountered me, and hopefully it's not because of the fact they're walking away from me that makes them happy, then I consider my life fulfilled. There's a neighbor of mine. As a matter of fact, she just sent me a card. I should write back to her. Her name was Marilyn, and she lived upstairs from me. I lived in Pennsylvania in a nice condo in the little borough of Malvern, if you're familiar with, the main line of Philadelphia. So I was on the main line. I lived in Malvern. Marilyn was upstairs from me, and she was she was a lady approaching a certain age. I'd been living there 2 or 3 years, I guess. And we became friends, and she was divorced from her husband, but was starting to feel the need for companionship again. So she actually started looking at, singles sites and stuff on the internet. And I kept telling her, just be careful. There's some folks out there. I don't know. Well, she came downstairs one day and knocked on my door, and she was as excited as a schoolgirl. Oh my goodness, she looked like she was 19 years old again. She was bouncing up and down saying, I got a date. I haven't had a date in years. This is amazing. And this guy, he's this, and he's got his own company, and she said, we're going to go to this astonishing restaurant there in the borough of Malvern where they make a filet mignon that is renowned throughout the entire Northeast. They're the best filet mignon in the Northeast corridor. She said, I've been starving myself all day. I can't wait to have that filet. And he's going to take me there, and it's going to be wonderful. And I said, well, that's great. That's great. I want to hear all the details tomorrow. That was a Saturday. And it was just getting dark. And there was a knock at my door, and I opened the door, and there was Marilyn, tears running down her face. I said, oh, no, come in. And I brought her in, and I sat her down on my sofa, and I gave her a box of tissues. I said, what happened? It turned out that, as I had feared, this gentleman, well, they had gotten to the restaurant, and they got there, and the gentleman started not to feel very well. He said he was feeling almost a little lightheaded. So Marilyn, being a very concerned and caring person herself, said, well, we must forthwith go straight home and make sure you're okay. So they went back to her place, and once they got there, the gentleman's intentions became apparent. Well, Marilyn basically kicked him down the stairs and sent him scuttling off into the night. And then she came downstairs to me. And she was sobbing, and her heart was broken, and I felt awful. So I put the box of tissues in her lap, and I said, you have a good cry. You just let it all out. I'm going to be right back. And I darted around the corner into my own bedroom. And as quickly as I could, I got changed. And I came out with my best suit. And I said, let's go. And she looked up at me very startled and said, what do you mean? Where are we going? I said, we're going to get you your filet mignon. And she protested, but I would not have it. I bundled her into my car, and we got to the restaurant, and she said, oh, I don't know if I can go in there. And I said, sure you can. We're going to get you that filet mignon. And she said, no, you don't understand. He's a regular here. They know him, and I'll be so embarrassed. I said, then that's even better. Come with me. And I brought her in, And some of you might know that when I want to, I can speak very loudly. I have a stage voice. I went in with my arm around Marilyn and I announced to the entire world, that gentleman was a fiend. He attempted to force himself on this lady when he got her back home. I very much hope that when he comes back here, you will tell him that if I cap eyes on him at any point, he is going to be thrashed within an inch of his life. In the meantime, I would like you to give us his table. I very much hope that at least one of those people was still there the next time he went to that restaurant. It was very good filet mignon, by the way. Marilyn and I are still friends. We write back and forth to each other. So, yeah. Why did I do it? Because somebody had to. And I was there. It might as well be me. What am I going to do? Say, gee, sucks to be you, and send her back upstairs? No, that'd be monstrous. I had the wherewithal to at least make her not be so miserable anymore, and if I can, I'm gonna. And in the process, if I can ruin this guy's reputation, oh well. Myrta Edenflower, what's filet mignon? Really damn good steak is what it is. Mirren VR, do you think online furry conventions are an important milestone for the fandom? Okay, Mirren, you're asking the wrong person that question because I'm a convention organizer myself. Everybody's talking about, oh boy, virtual furry conventions, virtual furry conventions. Okay, that's all well and good. Once we get back to having in-person furry conventions, we kind of count on people going to them. And if folks decide that the next hottest thing since sliced peaches is a virtual furry convention and membership at the in-person conventions tails off, we're going to lose those. That's a small concern of mine. Also, I don't think it really is a furry convention unless you're surrounded by the funk, which is barely contained by the overpowering aroma of Febreze. That is the true meaning of a furry convention. And until somebody can bottle that you can like spray it around your house at a virtual furry convention, I just don't think it really is the same. T'Chall wants to know which restaurant that is. Send me an email because I cannot remember. It's been many years, but I can easily look it up. Oh, Mikhail Munster, Jack Emilio Blue, have to be all of you. Thank you very much for coming tonight. And Aaron Hillefuller, filet mignon is raw meat inside some bread. Actually, that's not true, at least not in this country. It might mean something different elsewhere. It is an extremely tender cut of beef that often is served in this country wrapped in bacon because America, but it is tender enough you can cut it with the side of your fork. Let's see. Bojo Pigeon says, please don't try to bottle that. Bojo, of course I would not. I am a responsible chemist. Do you want me to be responsible for a hazmat incident? I'm not going to do that. Man's 5408, my favorite furry science fiction book series. Oh my. Not the ones that I wrote, right? I'd have to get back to you on that because there aren't as many as there ought to be. There have been a lot more in recent years, but I've not really had the opportunity to read them. Anything by Ursula Vernon is going to be a favorite. She is fantastic. I read recently. I'm having a senior moment, cannot remember the title of the book, but it scared the living bejesus out of me. Let's see. Oh, Wolfmaster has to uphold my offer, still take you out for a nice sit down and chat like I promised 9 years ago. I'm not going anywhere, at least I hope I'm not going anywhere, Wolfmaster. We'll get there, don't worry. Thank you much, Wolf. Twisted ones, how could I forget? And I twisted myself about like the twisted ones, and I lay on the ground like the dead ones. That was a nightmare. It was a freaking walking nightmare. But what made it bearable and what kept me from shivering in my room, unable to sleep, was the fact that I know Ursula and I know her household. So here you have a heroine who has a brainless hound as her sidekick. It's like, okay, yeah, I know where she got the inspiration for that. Oh, Gummibjorn says I'm responsible for several incidents. Yes, I am a scientist. Every scientist has, at one point or another, had alarms go off and caused a response. I've had one false alarm with a nuclear event and one, I guess you'd call it, false alarm with a fire in the laboratory. It happens. It's an occupational hazard. Alkali says, also the ones you wrote. What was your fave that you created? I've got up there The Furry Future and Mercedes Lackey's Elementary and Elemental Magic. I guess I'd have to look back at those. Because I can't remember the titles. Gods with Fur. Hang on. Let me, excuse me just a second. I'll be right back. Yeah. See, you write a story and people are always reading it and talking to you about it, but it's been years since you read it. What the hell was the name of that thing? This is Gods with Fur. It was edited by the late Fred Patton. He sent me a note, say, write me a story. I said, sure, why not? It's here somewhere. There it is. The 3 Days of the Jackal. He said the title is Gods with Fur. It's about furry gods. And I said, okay. Everybody likes Anubis. But I decided I was going to write something a little bit different than what you normally see about Anubis. What's that? Buy the goddamn book. You'll find out. Wolfcat Wildcat says you also had one that was a close call. I've had a lot of close calls. The fact that I'm still here and have all my fingers is testament to my good reflexes. I have had explosions. I've had small fires. I've gotten cut awfully in the lab. Glass, when you got glassware, that's going to happen. I got a cut from something that contained radioactive material, and that was the question. Okay, it cut his hand. Did it get into him? Oh, that was interesting. Wolfmaster wants to know, what specific field do I specialize in? The one right out here, it's on the other side of the trees, and it's about 4 acres. That's a joke. That's an old joke. No, I'm in chemistry. Specifically, I'm in the pharmaceutical industry. Specifically, I am an expert in the interaction of drug products with their packaging systems. How did I get to be that? I don't know. I just turned into one over time. I didn't go to school saying I want to be this. I just woke up one day and realized, oh shit, I'm the guy who knows about this crap. It's kind of the same way that I know so much about sake. I didn't study sake. I just drank excessive amounts of it, more than is healthy, and now I know a lot about it. That's pretty much how my career has been, now that I think about it. Check out Silver Paul, like the explosion that embedded the fume hood in the wall. Yes, back at University of Chicago. Silver Paul is referring to an early incident. I always said in the early days that furry muck, if you don't know what furry muck is, that's another story. saved my life. It's where people gathered online in the old days. I was at the University of Chicago working for a ghastly fellow whose name I will not mention because it'll turn the wine sour. But I was working with cubane, which is, let's just say, a very, very high energy compound. It's got a lot of punch for a little compound. So much so that we were not allowed to work at anything more than a 1 gram scale, because anything bigger than that would take out a significant portion of the building. I had a reaction going, of course, grad student, postdoc at that point, in chemistry. It was late at night. You don't sleep, you don't eat. The lab is your life. I had this going, and I'm staring at it in the hood, and I thought, okay, there's nothing says I got to sit here and watch the damn thing stir for the next hour. There's computers downstairs. This is in the days when you had terminals hooked up to a network. You didn't have PCs. They didn't exist, or at least not for the common person at the time. So I went downstairs to one of these terminals and I fired up Furry Muck. I could almost remember the address it was on. You had to telnet into it. And it was at CMU, Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, interestingly enough. And I don't know how long I was down there. Half hour, 40, it doesn't matter. I had a timer set so I can go up when the reaction was done, but long before that, I felt a rather pronounced jolt, kind of similar to what I experienced last Sunday here in North Carolina. Just a jolt, like somebody had walked up behind my chair and grabbed it suddenly. But there was nobody there. And when I went upstairs and peeked inside the lab, the hood, which is a box with a fan in it that draws the fumes up, was pretty much not there anymore. No, the reaction had detonated, and there were pieces of glass from the sash, the wooden door, the glass door in the front of this thing, embedded in the wall. If I had sat there staring at this, it probably would have cut me apart. But no, I was downstairs screwing around on Furry Muck, so it saved my life. Mr. Morningstar says, you're still looking fit and in shape. Thank you so much for noticing, Mr. Morningstar. I've been trying. My weight, for the first time, I think, since I was in graduate school, has dropped below 70 kilos. I am running right about 150 pounds right now. Thank the Fitbit for that. And in fact, this is not one of them, but I've had to have all of my shirts tailored because they're all too big. You see all this down here. But I don't mind the expenditure. Turtle Fire, do you know what caused the explosion? I know exactly what caused the explosion. The stuff I was working with just went off, and it sometimes did. Cubane and its derivatives are just extremely unstable compounds, and they can go off just by looking in cross-eyed. There was a Chinese postdoc there. Her name was Lin Fang, and I always referred to her as the Shaolin chemist, because I was in my lab one day, and from the corner of my eye, I saw an orange flash and heard a tremendous bang from next door. There was a door at the end of each lab that connected them together. And I ran over, and I ran in the next lab, and Lin Fang was crouched down in front of the bench with her hands over her head. And I ran up, and I said, are you hurt? Let me see. Did you get hurt? And she said, oh, I don't think so. And I stood her up, and she looked, oh, it's all gone. Everything gone. Oh. And I said, okay, what happened? What exactly happened? She had been doing a filtration. Had this thing called a Buchner funnel. It's got a glass disc with microscopic holes in it, and you can filter shit through it there. Got to be careful, though, because she had a spatula and she was scraping the solid. If you're not careful, you can actually generate enough friction to generate heat there. And that must have been what happened. She was working with her filtration, and when it got dry and she was kind of fluffing the stuff up, she said, and I quote, "I saw it start to explode, so I duck." Now, this is in the years before the Matrix, but I just picture this Shaolin chemist as the flames are rising and the glass goes up. She just kind of throws herself backward and everything just goes over her head like that. Quite amazing. And Dave Nevia says, octanitrocubane is supposed to be shock insensitive, requiring a primer. Dave? Guess what I was working on synthesizing at the time? Interesting you should bring it up. Octanitrocubane was my project. Did I finish it? No, because I didn't stay in that postdoc for very long. The professor and I had a personality conflict in that I had one. But I'm not going to get into that. He's still alive, sadly. Maybe once he's kicked off, I'll tell you more about him. Syndrome of the Starfire. What's the most unstable compound / element / thing most of us would come into contact with daily? Oh, wow. Okay, you're not going to come in contact with anything unstable generally. Consumers don't go near that stuff. But what is the most scary thing? Bleach. Don't mix bleach with anything. It's a very, very strong oxidizing agent. And just don't. Just don't. Okay. Turtle Fire says, probably fertilizer is similar. Most folks aren't dealing with the kind of fertilizer that tends to do what happened in Beirut. That's industrial scale stuff. But almost everybody's got a bottle of bleach in their house. And every year there are emergency calls because someone did something with the bleach. I had a disaster response back up in Pennsylvania where a fella had all these chemicals in his basement, decided he was going to get rid of them all by digging a hole in his backyard and dumping them all together. That worked great till he dumped the bleach in. And that released essentially a toxic cloud over half the neighborhood. We had to evacuate about a half-mile radius, as I remember. Also, Dixon says, don't pee in the bleach. No, don't. Don't pee in the bleach. Oh, yes, now people are talking about folks who have mixed bleach and ammonia. That's the most famous. Bleach and ammonia, don't do that. Don't do that. It generates such a list of awful things. It generates one thing that tends to go bang, and when that thing goes bang, it tends to splash the mixture all over you. That mixture also releases such things as chlorine gas, hydrogen chloride, nitrous oxides, nitric oxides. Just don't. And now people are giving recipes. I'm not going to repeat them. Let's not go there. Let's see. Yep, bleach just dumps chlorine into every compound it touches, pretty much so, then it oxidizes things. Uh-oh. I don't know if you can hear that on the... but apparently Qianlong is mad that I have not shared my sake with him, and it's starting to get apparent out there. David Simon says, sounds like any chemist should always be wearing a gas mask. Too cumbersome, but I have had circumstances where I did have to wear a respirator just because what I was working with was so vicious. Things like phosgene, chlorine gas, cyanogen bromide. You get a good lungful of that stuff and you're done. You're dead. It will kill you. Inevitably, somebody's going to ask me, what is the one thing you don't like working with? And they come up with all sorts of esoteric crap. I'm not afraid of a lot of chemicals, but the one that I do respect highly is hydrofluoric acid, HF. It's a simple little chemical, but a burn the size of your palm is fatal, and there's nothing they can do for you. Hydrogen fluoride, as a solution, forms hydrofluoric acid, HF. When it gets on your skin, here's what happens. It gets absorbed very rapidly into your skin and starts to burn from the inside out. But that's not all. That's just the symptom you can see. The fluoride, when it gets into your system, starts looking for calcium. Fluoride just digs calcium. It's why they put fluoride in dental pastes, because it binds with the calcium in your teeth. Makes them stronger. But the calcium in the calcium channels of your cells, it doesn't want to get bound with fluoride. It essentially will stop your body from living. Pretty much that's what it does. Gummibjorn, what is the one that penetrates gloves and kills you slowly? Methylmercury. You're thinking of Karen Wetterhahn. I knew Karen. She was a professor at Dartmouth when I was a grad student there. Very, very lovely lady. She was arguably one of the most brilliant female scientists in the United States. Very, very promising and genius. She, one day, started to feel unwell, just a little off. A little trouble with her balance, headache. And the trouble got worse. She started actually having trouble. She'd get up from a seat and kind of lose her balance a little bit. A couple of days later, she was having difficulty walking. They took her to the hospital and they were doing all sorts of tests. Going through the list, what could this be? ALS, muscular dystrophy, could it be multiple sclerosis? Could it be lupus? It's never lupus. Karen herself said, test me for mercury. And they did, and it was off the charts. Karen, inorganic chemistry was her field. She remembered she was putting, with a dropper, dimethylmercury into a little glass tube about 5 millimeters across. And she missed, and one drop went down the outside of the tube onto her gloved hand. It went onto her finger. Oh, shit. So she put the next drop in where it should, put the tube down, took her glove off, tossed it away. Nobody knew at that time. Nobody knew until then, but we know now that dimethylmercury will penetrate a latex glove as easily as a paper towel. The glove has no protection against it. It will go and just get sucked right through into your skin. And that single drop was a lethal dose. By the time they realized what was happening and attempted to treat her for acute mercury poisoning, it was too late. The mercury was destroying her nervous system one neuron at a time. And it quite horribly took quite a few weeks. I remember something that one of her grad students said that has stayed with me, and I probably shouldn't share it with you because it'll ruin your day, but I'm going to anyway because somebody asked. This grad student, in the final days, went to the hospital hoping to visit her. And he said Karen was thrashing on her bed and screaming. And he ran to get a doctor and said, she's in pain. And the doctor looked very sorrowfully at him and said, I don't believe she is capable of feeling pain any longer. and it was not long after that that she was gone. Remembered fondly by those who knew her, here's to you, Karen, and tragically as a lesson in selecting the appropriate personal protective equipment. Calvin the Wolf, is there actual acid that just melts away right through you completely? Yeah, I can think of one right now. You don't want to deal with it because it's not like the movies where it's going to melt the flesh off your bones in a matter of seconds, but it will melt the flesh off your bones in about an hour. It will strip you bare. It's a rather powerful acid. Let's go to another topic, shall we? That's getting kind of heavy. Cerberus wants to talk about something different. Turtle fire. If you could remove one, what compound/element would you remove from existence? Stupidity. That's the one I would remove. Mariam Guy, how come sodium is so explosive and chloride is so dangerous, but table salt is safe and necessary for life? I'm glad you asked me that. Let me get something for you. I'll be right back. Here we go. All right. Read through this book from the front to the back, and you'll understand the answer to that question. I'm sorry, that's the best I can give you. That's how chemistry works. Elements react to form compounds, and the compounds often have none of the properties of the elements that they come from. What I'm drinking here, the active ingredient that I'm eager to put into my face, is made of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Oxygen is a gas. You breathe it. Yay! Hydrogen is gas too. It goes boom, especially when the oxygen's present. Carbon is a bunch of black crap that gets into your pores of your skin and will ruin your shirt if it gets on you. Put them together in the right combination, you get beautiful ethanol. Put them together in a different combination, you get methanol, which will kill you. It will blind you first before it kills you. Put them together in an entirely different combination, you're going to get sugar. Put them together in yet a different combination, you're going to get what we call GHB, gamma hydroxybutyrate, the date rape drug. Chemistry is wonderful. Gabriel Steele says, how is Grandma Kage doing? I think she's still here. You might be able to ask her. Okay. T'Challa wants to know, have I seen Hamilton? I have not. I have not yet seen Hamilton. I'm waiting for the anime. NL 532. As a fairly inexperienced chemistry major, what book do you recommend I read most to fuel my passion about it? None. Not a one. There's not a single book out there is going to fuel your passion for it. You need a person. You need a professor. You need a mentor. You need someone who, by whatever quality, for whatever reason, just fires that spark. Dr. Ron Hess of Ursinus College, Dr. Gordon Gribble of Dartmouth College, my two mentors. No book. Hell, Gordon's even written books. They're dry, they're boring. You want to go to sleep? Buy his goddamn book. I guarantee, halfway through the preface, you'll be gone. But as an educator, the man just inspires. Dr. Hess passed away very, very recently. I think he was a Time Lord. Dr. Hess and I, we had an interesting friendship. Not just student and professor. We kind of hit it off. I actually invited him to serve on my graduate committee. He attended my thesis defense. Why? Because I wanted him there. Number one, because I knew that he would be straight up with his questions. He wasn't just going to throw shit out there so I would pass. he had a vested interest to make sure I would turn into a good scientist. And number two, he's the one who started me out. I wanted him there at the finish. In the basement of Thaler Hall at Ursinus College in Collegeville, Pennsylvania, they used to have a stock room. Now, this, in the 1980s, this stock room went back itself to the Depression. There was stuff in there that it was like Dr. Frankenstein's lab, and I used to adore poking around down there. One thing that I found was a roll of thunder, was a World War I vintage gas mask. What it was doing down there, I don't know. Maybe it was considered PPE. But I used to have a lot of fun. The fourth floor, top floor of Thaler Hall has a ledge about 14, 15 inches wide that goes around just at the level of each window. Big, tall, giant French windows with a ledge. I used to climb out on the ledge, specifically the one right outside of Dr. Hess's office, and put on a lab coat and put this gas mask on and just sit there and pretend to be a gargoyle. Why? Just cause. Why the hell not? I was a college kid. But Dr. Hess didn't seem to think anything of it. He would occasionally, open the window, lean out, ask how I was doing, ask if I wanted a cup of tea. He didn't have a problem with it. God, I love the man. Here's to you, Ron. Ron, let me share something with you. I mentioned this was the man starting me out in my career. He was Dr. Hess. You notice I still say Dr. Hess. The day after I'd gotten my degree, when we were talking, and at some point I said Dr. Hess, and he said, Sam, it's time you started calling me Ron. People ask, what's the greatest day you ever had? What's the happiest moment in your life? I don't know if that's the one, but it's pretty close. Pretty close, let me tell you. Neil Malik, was there a particular event that so affected you you could never be normal again? Okay, you're going to have to put that into context, Neil Malik, because are we talking fandom type things? Or are we talking life type things? There are some things that affected me so deeply they changed me, but you don't want to know what those are. Remember, I was in emergency services, and there's some shit these eyes have seen, some things these ears have heard that I don't generally like to share, because that's... Yeah, the answer to the question is yes, there are some things, but you don't want to know about them. Reshere says, why is alcohol and hand sanitizer harmful? It's not, Reshere, if you have ethanol. Remember I mentioned that carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen are the right combinations? Ethanol is fairly innocuous. It'll get you fucked up, but that's why you drink it. Methanol, however, is toxic. It's what your body does with it. Now, you want to delve into chapter 14 of this book here? Ethanol in your body is metabolized. Your body takes it and oxidizes it, metabolizes it. Ethanol is metabolized to acetaldehyde. It's a innocuous compound. It has a rather unique smell. You know what a wino smells like? You know what they talk about when a drunk is stinking? That is acetaldehyde. That's the body metabolizing and off-gassing this material. Methanol is metabolized to formaldehyde. I'll say it again, formaldehyde. Do I have to say anything else? If you're going to put methanol in your body, you might as well put formaldehyde in your body, because it's gonna be the same thing. Stephanie Louise Dalton, Hasn't seen the stream for years, but you haven't aged a bit. Well, thank you so much, Stephanie. Must be all that ethanol. It is a good preservative. Who was it? One of the storied American patriots, was it Nathan Hale? Someone look this up for me. One of the great American patriots from back in the Revolution died in another country, and they basically preserved his body in booze. They filled his coffin with booze. In those days, sometimes people were buried alive. If he was lucky, he was. Oh my God, yeah. Yep. Serendipity. The thing about emergency services, you're a 9 times out of 10 arriving on someone's worst day ever. I would say 10 times out of 10 serendipity. And it's great. It is great for us when we can do something to make it better. But there's far too many times when we get there and we are just completely helpless. There is nothing we can do. Those are the times you try not to think about. Twinner42 says, isn't there an artificial sweetener that breaks down into wood alcohol? Wood alcohol is methanol, by the way. And Nericol, yes, shady types back in Prohibition tried to make booze out of methanol, just like people are making hand sanitizer out of methanol today. Is there an artificial sweetener that breaks down into it? The jury is out on that. There are some artificial sweeteners that I don't trust. Is it because they break down into methanol, which is wood alcohol? I don't think so. If they could show that that was happening, it would be off the market in a second. Gyrat Golden Wing wants to know my happiest moment you remember about the fandom. I've had a lot of happy moments, and I'm very, very glad to be able to say that. I've had so many, how do I point to the one? But I honestly think the one that tends to come to mind the most is the first time that Anthrocon took its fursuit parade outdoors. And I went down there and saw 5,000 citizens of Pittsburgh there to greet us, cheering and totally excited about it. That was a very, very happy moment for me. We have a small crisis here. I'm not quite at the moment I'm going to drink this. If you got here late, I got a full bottle here, but I ain't touching it. I've got another bottle of Ban Rio. If you'll excuse me for just a second, I'll be right here. Yeah. Somebody said, yes, old man noises. Don't get old, for God's sake. You won't like it. Oh, pardon me. NLIT on our Inalition 532. Ever visited England? Several times. I've been to Confuzzled a few times. I visited London. I did a tour of England. It was actually for work. Started in Southampton and worked my way all the way up to Edinburgh, visiting 6 laboratories in 5 days. But still had time to visit London as a tourist. And what did I do there? I went to the War Cabinet Rooms. That was where Winston Churchill and the cabinet essentially ran the country when England was at war in World War II. It was, the nerve center of the Blitzkrieg. Ragnar wants to know, can diacetyl cause popcorn lung, or is it just the easiest culprit for the problem? That is a very complex question. Yes, diacetyl can cause popcorn lung. That doesn't mean that making popcorn in your house is going to kill you. Diacetyl is perfectly innocuous except in very high concentrations. People who work directly with the compound are in danger of lung damage. But, it's just like anything. A little bit of smoke You set up a barbecue and a little smoke gets in your lungs. You cough and then it's gone. No problem. Your house catches fire. You're not going to last long in that amount of smoke. Failed offerings. Oh, hopes to meet me someday. I hope to meet you, failed. Can I call you failed? It's not good. Okay. Matcha Wolf Guru. Suggestions for $10 to $20 sake. Dasai is a bit spendy for a week. Actually, wait a minute. How can I mention? Matcha Wolf. Look for this. It's called Ban Ryu. This bottle, I believe, was about $15. It's a small bottle, but it gets the job done, and it is very, very worthwhile. It's actually one of my favorites, even though it's not a top-shelf sake. Seth Louise Dalton says, Edinburgh's overrated, Glasgow's where it's at. A native of Edinburgh, that being Fox Moore, has told me all about Glasgow. And he said specifically that the Glaswegian accent is so harsh, so grating, that in Glasgow, you can insult somebody with anything. You could say any words out there, and you can make it an insult just because of the way the Glaswegians speak. For example, if I was in a pub, and it was in Glasgow, and a fellow bumped into me and knocked this off and spilled my booze, I'd say, "Hey, watch yourself, you great bunch of hedge clippers, yeah!" And that would be a terrible insult. Local Armory. Alcohol is a preservative, but how exactly does it work? It kills bacteria. In order to decompose, you've got to have bacteria chewing on you. You soak something in alcohol, those bacteria die. There's nothing to break down the tissue. Kiddo Dragon Fox is talking about visiting laboratories in Scotland, meaning Scots distilleries. When I was in Edinburgh, I visited with a Scottish fairy. I didn't know Fox and Moore at the time. And this Scottish fairy told me that I had to visit Edinburgh Castle while I was there. And he said, while you're there, you must make sure that you go there at 1 o'clock and see the 1 o'clock gun. And I said, what's so special about that? And he said, it's cool. So I went to Edinburgh Castle, and it's amazing. I mean, here is a castle that was ancient before Europeans knew what was over here. But on the upper battlement of the castle, there is a large piece of British field artillery. And there has been for quite a long time, not the same piece, of course. At the precise hour of 1 o'clock, a British sergeant marches out, very, very proper, very prim with his stopwatch, marches out, does that very British march, raises this gun up and watches his stopwatch, and exactly at 1 o'clock, they fire this cannon. It's to mark the time. So people around the town and ships out in the harbor can say, okay, the time is now exactly 1 o'clock, and they can set their watches. This thing was goddamn loud. I was standing about 50 feet away from it, and the concussion actually knocked me back. We're talking an actual cannon here. We're not talking a pop gun. And, of course, as a tourist, I had to ask the gunner, who was a very, very friendly man, Sergeant Thomas Mackey, his name was, I recall. Sergeant Mackey was happy to meet with the tourists and answer their questions. And he must get this one every single time, because I said, Sergeant, I'm a little bit curious. Why do you choose 1 o'clock? Everywhere else in the world, they pick the hour of noon. So why is it 1 o'clock? And he laughed. He said, we're Scottish, laddie. If we did it at 12, we'd have to waste 12 shells. So I guess he's right. Oh, Drax. Oh, hi, Drax. If you saw that intro, that phenomenal theme song, the theme song of my Winestream, that was written and performed by Drax. Very, very good to see you, my boy. He tells us the Scottish slang word for pub is hoof, by the way. That's kind of what it sounds like when you've had too much to drink and your kilt gets stuck on the chain link fence when you go by. Oh, let's see. And Mikhail King, loud things are usually, yes. I speak a very, very obvious thing. I was standing next to a cannon and it was very loud. Yes, yeah. Six Ocelot. I do believe that's who I was thinking of. Admiral Horatio Nelson, Vice Admiral, Viscount Lord Horatio Nelson, the hero of Trafalgar, blah, 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 was brought back to the UK in a barrel of rum. Here's the thing. They said it was to preserve his body. The official story is that Nelson was, walking the decks of the Victory, and the French fired and shivered his timbers, and Nelson was struck, and he fell, and he was bleeding, and Hardy came up, and Nelson said, "Kiss me, Hardy." I think they had a thing going. And Hardy kissed him, and Nelson, died, so they preserved his bottle and rum. I think that during the battle, Nelson went down to get some rum and fell into the barrel. And when they saw that, they said, okay, quick, make up a story so his wife doesn't lose his commission. So they just sent him home in the same barrel they found him. It makes sense to me. And enelition, I'm going to learn how to say that. Enelation, 532 is an incredibly new furry, but from day one I've heard of Kage. I hope that's a good thing. I very much a good thing. I hope it's a good thing, yeah. And Nerikol is asking a chemistry question. When I get an asshat yammering me about anti-vax idiocy, oh dear. Would using the example of table salt be a good rebuttal? The honest answer to your question, Nerikol, is I don't know. I don't know what to say to these people. These are people who are so thoroughly deluded, so absolutely unwilling to listen, to reason, that trying to convince them otherwise is just useless. And I see Tian Long here. Is that what all the thunder is out there? Is that what all the thunder is out there? Ryu in Japanese does mean dragon, by the way. Hello, Tian. Very good to see you. Mr. Morningstar would like to know the story of Duggo. That's a long story, Mr. Morningstar. We might have to wait till later Let's hold off on that because that'll take at least a good 20, 30 minutes to tell. I think I did an entire story hour on Duggo. Dozer Trash Panda, if you could bring any fictional character to life, which one would you most want to have a drink with? Godzilla. Because not only is he from Japan, but he's very big. He would bring along the biggest fucking bottle of sake. So that's why, absolutely. And 532 says, I've had many people tell me you're the face of the fandom. We need a different face, though. I'm getting this one all wrinkled. An anti-vaxxer apparently once told Dave Nivius, why do vaccines have to be made of chemicals? Why can't they inject people with a dead version of the virus instead? Okay, you see what we're up against. There is no reasoning with someone like that. By the way, before I have too much booze, I definitely want to make my mouse work. I mentioned earlier on that this is a Patreon channel. Where do I get the money for all this booze? Where do I get the money to buy Cerberus here? My wonderful and generous Patreon patrons. And I have the list here. One of the things you get as a Patreon patron is, I say your name on my channel. Okay. Thank you very much to Zilba the Viking, $1 supporter, Furry Trainer, Jackal the Circle, the Darling Mama T, Nikolai Tiger, Onyx Flame, Rick Hale, Silent Dawn, Silvergataman, Tau, Tezcat, Magic Jag, Wadius the Dragon, Bentley Shepherd, Blackfoot Ferret, Beltunos, David Hunter, Dunkel Pfote, Atheist, Kaharia, Worgen, Caraway, Martin, Spangenberg, McLovin, Maine, who had to leave early, I wish he was still here, Merlin, Scorch, Mutterwolf, Q the Dane, Roe, Wendigo, Sasha Whiteford, T, The Dragget Show, all of them, Ash, Wolfvelter, Vovaka, and Yakisoba. You are wonderful, wonderful folk. Thank you very much for your generosity and for keeping me from spending too long sober. Mr. Morningstar is asking, what are my views on Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? Well, that's an open question. I'm not sure what you mean by my views. I have a colossal amount of respect for him as an actor, because he has shown himself to be a little more versatile than just a dumb musclehead getting up there. Also, the fact that he recognizes that people, when he first showed up on the scene, people kind of expected a dumb musclehead, but he plays on that. He has kind of made that part of his image. Every single character he plays, if you look at it, it's a character that initially you think, oh, here comes the dumb jock, but turns out to actually have a brain in his head. And having watched Moana to find out that that boy can sing. Oh, Lord. Okay, that song, You're Welcome, that wasn't a voiceover. He sang that himself, and it was spectacular. Let's see. Oh dear, Jeremy Becknell lost grandfather and a buddy to COVID at the end of July. I'm terribly, terribly sorry to hear that, Jeremy. Close friends have lost multiple grandparents and other families. Damn. And there's people out there who still say it's a hoax. Some old friends of mine have a toast which I've adopted because it tends to work in these cases. Would simply say, to absent friends. Oh, Stephanie Louise Dalton must be off. Thank you very much, Stephanie Louise, for joining us tonight. Yum, yum, yum. And Kiowan wants to know, have I read Integration by Hetzer et al.? I have not. I honestly don't know what it is. Mr. Morningstar says, when I start to get paid again, I'm going to become a patron. Take your time. See to yourself first. I'm always here plugging. Oh, become my patron. If you've got money to throw away, hey, I got $10. I think I'll throw it in the street. Yeah. Then you can become my patron. If you're worried about bills, I don't need your money. Take care of yourself first. But thank you very much. Jumpy is here. Hello, Jumpy. Boy, I've known a lot of furries for a long time. Jumpy, I think we met at like Eurofurence 10 or something, which means 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I've known Jumpy a long time. Oh, I heard a noise. Oh, it's Mom. Hi, Mom. How are you?
Staying.
Good. Oh, good. I don't have any booze, I'm afraid.
I'm not staying.
Oh, you're not staying? Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, let me put this back up here.
Oh, you don't have any booze.
Right, because I don't have any booze. That's why. Hi. Shall I make a seat for you?
I just wanted to give you this.
Oh, great. What do you got for me here?
It's just something that I want you to include with your mail.
You want to include this with my mail?
Yeah.
What is this?
That's just a note to you on the top.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I got that. By the way, that.
Hey, y'all.
Oh, okay. Lean down in front of Cerberus. They'll see you then. I don't get kissed, do I? Thank you very much.
Cerberus can get 3.
Oh, well, yeah. By the way, don't drink that one. This one's gone off. That's why I got these down here. I started out with this one. You sure?
Yeah.
I don't recommend it. I really don't recommend it.
Tastes like vodka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's harsh. It's burny.
Yeah.
Remember, I've mentioned to folks before that sake really shouldn't have any color to it. This
It's
one's,
got yellow.
yeah, it doesn't show up on the camera as bad as it is, but this stuff is about the color of white wine.
Happy birthday, furry trainer.
Oh, yes, happy
It's
birthday,
easier to
furry
do it
trainer.
this way. I like your setup there.
Yeah, where's my glass? There it is. Ah,
Please draw a lion sitting in front of a computer.
oh, this is for the Patreon drawings. I haven't got to those yet. But I
Okay.
will shortly.
Okay, you have to read this, whatever it was. Ooh,
What,
ooh,
this?
oh.
Oh yeah, that's the adhesive on the envelope. I stuck it to my nose earlier. There's a story behind it.
I was eating dinner. I started to come up.
Okay, so is that what this is all about?
Yeah, read that.
Re-
I can't see it.
Remember, folks, I told you don't get old.
Yeah.
All right. What am I reading here? This
You could show it, but you can't tell what it is.
well, it says says
Everybody say happy birthday to
Aw.
furry trainer.
Furry trainer is okay. Furry trainer's having a birthday, and it's bothering her because
It's not a great big birthday. It's just an annoying birthday.
I know exactly what you mean,
Yeah.
dear. But you know what? When you start saying, well, okay, stop saying a birthday is another year older and start saying birthday is an excuse to get shit-faced and nobody
Yeah.
can stop me.
Yeah.
That makes it that much
Okay,
better.
today's my birthday too.
Your birthday was several days ago.
Yeah, but I
might
didn't
add.
get enough. I didn't.
Excuse me, you had like an entire Skype parade of people.
No, I didn't have very much wine.
Oh, you didn't have very much wine. Let's see. I beg to differ. As I recall, there was a. Yes, you had enough wine. As I recall, somebody had to take you home.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Remember?
That was this year?
Yes, that was this
okay.
week, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay.
You had an exquisite birthday.
Onyx Flame has a birthday yesterday.
As you quickly changed the subject, that was
My
masterful.
anniversary was the 11th. My birthday was the 12th. Onyx Flame was yesterday.
Excuse me half a second. I'll
Oh,
be
we
right
have
back.
to remember all this. Because next year we're going to have a huge party online. All of the furries who have an August birthday, we're going to do, I just made this up. We're going to do a party.
Okay, somebody
You
remember
can
that.
do it. You
Because we
do it.
can.
You can do all the.
I still have the bottle. This was the wine that we had for Mom's birthday on Wednesday. I saw this and said, we absolutely have to get this. This is the Biker's Infidel.
I wish I could say that I modeled for that.
You could have.
Nah.
You could have.
I didn't have a hat like that. That looks like a
That looks...
hat for.
Okay, what kind of bike is that? She'll tell us the manufacturer, the serial number, the city it was made in. Can you tell?
Look, it's Triumph.
It's a Triumph?
Looks like it.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Yep.
It's pretty old.
That's when they knew how to make them. There goes that thunder again. You didn't walk up, did you?
No, I started to.
Okay, good. It's getting threatening out there.
I drove up
Good.
and I couldn't get out of the car.
What do you mean you couldn't get out of the car?
The door wouldn't open. I was getting panicky. I accidentally pushed the lock button. And I'm like, I can't get out of the car. What am I going to do? And then oops, push this button. Well, for one thing, I had a new umbrella. I don't know where it came from. It just appeared in my closet. And you had to push it up real hard. And when it got up there was no little thing to make it go down. And I'm trying to get it down. I had to go out and stand in the rain to get it to come down. And then when I finally got it down, I realized it's some kind of plastic doojobby that you have to pull to make it come down. Now, my car right now has a problem called mold. When you open the car door, the windows are all foggy, and it smells moldy. And I got to sell this car.
Silent Dawn, if you're watching and you're willing to come next month and fix the gaskets on her windows, I'll buy the booze for you. How's that
I'll
sound?
buy some for you to take home.
She'll buy the booze for you. That's even better. Everybody wins.
I don't know what to get for it. I have to find out from Mazda. But I think the damage has already been done. It's been raining so hard. The gaskets around the windows have cracked because it was sitting out in the sun for years, like 20.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. And the water gets down in the doors. And after it rains, I have to go out and shake the doors.
You can hear when you shake the door, it sloshes.
Yeah. So I have to shake the water out of the doors, but it's been raining so much. Oh, Onyx Flame is next Saturday, the 22nd.
Close enough. Silent Dawn
Okay.
says deal.
Okay.
Let's target the 12th of September. Send me an email. Because
September 12th.
yeah, at this point, we've been
Oh, that's
like,
our hairdresser appointment.
yeah,
Okay.
gotta have our hair done.
You just got my hair cut.
We've got a barber who makes house calls. He wears a mask. He's very, very, socially distant. He's got a pair of scissors with a 6-foot handle on him. He cuts our hair from. Yeah, he does.
He's very, very good hairdresser.
Yeah.
He's semi-retired.
Yum, yum, yum.
Mr. Morningstar, your birthday's in January. Well, that's okay. You're forgiven.
And Marion Guy says, I hear bleach takes care of mold. That's a callback to a discussion we had earlier.
Yeah, but you don't see anything. You just smell it when you open the car. I think it's inside the doors.
Okay. Silent
Yeah.
Dawn builds car. I mean, the man fixes helicopters. If he can get mold out of a helicopter, he can get mold out of your car.
One of our new neighbors has a helicopter decal on their back window of their car.
Yeah, I saw that. I think this person was air cavalry, like previously.
It's a very large, muscular woman, and she and her girlfriend have a little girl.
Oh,
Yeah, it's adorable, but they don't socialize with anybody. I don't know how to say, hey, I'll be friendly with you.
you walk up to them and say, yo, trust me, it works.
Kyle, when you got really drunk with Uncle Kage last year, who didn't?
Excuse me. That statement, I find that personally offensive. You
Vocal Armory, thank you for your belated birthday, Chris. Corrada's Dark, his birthday's on Wednesday. This is fantastic. All of the Leos, we're going to have a big virtual party next year. You're going to throw it. We might be. No, it'll be the week before Eurofurence, I hope.
We'll make it the week before. Oh, wait, no. Next year, Eurofurence is early. It's in July next year.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, no, you can't see the mold. You can just smell it.
Sindro says, keeps hearing what sounds like broken glass. Someone's playing with her keys is what it is.
I had all these plans that I was going to, at 10 of, I was going to walk up here. And I went outside at 10 of, and I got this bolt of lightning, and it started to rain.
Yeah.
I was going to walk up at 10 of and then walk back at 10 after. And that'll get my 500 steps in. I need.
Yeah.
I have 5,000, only 255 steps today.
Zero Stargazer, that's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, it's fine. You will eventually meet the right person. Oh, I'm sorry. It says, I'm a Virgo. Sorry, I read that wrong.
Hey, graphics, what kind of bike did your father-in-law give you?
What? Oh, it's biker talk.
Yeah.
Remember, it's going to take...
His father-in-law gifted him with his old bike.
What kind of bike?
He doesn't say. I want to know what kind it is.
Well, remember, it takes some time for us to reach them, and then he's got to type and come back to us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I had the Cards Against Humanity. That was funny.
Yeah, you
That
tend to
was
win
funny.
that.
That was fixed.
You think it was fixed?
Yeah, that
No,
was
you're
fixed.
an awful person. That's
No,
what
they,
it is.
they kept pointing to what I was supposed to say.
Yeah, okay. Beans and Boars on the Run. Met us both the year before last. Got pictures of both of you, and it made you so happy. Well, if we
Beans
made you
and
happy,
Boars on the
thank you.
Run, but I don't remember your name.
Show us a pic. We might remember the picture, but if we made you happy, then I'm happy. Then
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I just enjoy meeting
Yeah.
new people at
Yeah.
Anthrocon
Yeah.
and Euroference every year. I don't have, in real life, a lot of friends because people think I'm weird.
okay.
We all have that, but when I'm at a convention, everybody is weird like me. Do you realize I'm the oldest living fur?
You probably are, as a
Yep.
matter of fact. You probably are.
Yep.
Okay, here it comes. I'll let you say it. Six Ocelot says, what bike did Grandma Kage own?
It was a red Norton 350cc, and it was it's a classic now. It was a 48, I think. And it was on the cover of Motorcycle Magazine about 6 years ago when I got the magazine. I thought, that's my bike. Red. I think it even had the same little crease on the gas tank. I like to think that it was my bike.
Wait a minute. How'd the crease get on the gas
It
tank?
was there when I got it.
Oh.
It was just a little, somebody laid it down. What are you going to do?
So somebody, not you.
Right, I never laid that one.
You never laid your bike down. Never.
Nope.
I seem to recall. Okay, most little children, they have parents that give them pearls of wisdom. Things like don't stick a fork in the socket. I remember as a very small boy, her telling me, never ride a bike you can't pick up. Now, the fact that you told me never ride a bike you can't pick up tells me you had to pick up a bike at one
No,
point.
that was what my dad told me when he first took me out to ride a bike.
Good save. Okay.
Truth. My bike was so lightweight. It was more like a bicycle with a motor, unless I was a lot stronger then than I am now, which is a possibility.
I think that's possible for all of us. Yeah. And 532 says, what's your and your mom's take on cider?
Well, I really like blackberry hard cider.
That's the Black Widow I mentioned earlier.
It's really, really good. I only have ever had non-alcoholic cider in the past. But now we went up to this cider place and we bought 4 quarts.
Well, 4 quarts each, actually.
Yes. It's really very good and it's very low in calories, so you can drink a lot more.
Yep, 12 ounces, 170 calories. But again, don't get drunk on it. It will mess you up. It's too much sugar to get drunk on.
I wasn't drunk then. I didn't get messed up. Did
Well,
I?
you didn't drink to excess. This is a warning for everybody else. Not that I know. I think my father taught me that at one point when he taught me how to drink. So I don't know about that. I'm just passing on what Dad told me.
Arco the fox. I probably am the right size again to wear the suit I encountered outside the elevator.
That's very much an in-joke.
Yes.
Oh, Wolfcat says, how much of that cider is left? Actually, all of it.
Yeah, we've just bought some more.
Yeah, it was on Thursday we bought it.
Bogle Armory, I don't care for beer.
Mom, do you remember talking with a kid with long blonde hair, glasses, and a snapback hat for a while?
Probably.
It's difficult. We talk to so many people. The answer, Kiowan, is yes. If you were to walk in the door, we would probably say, oh, yes, you. But
Half glasses, yes. Oh, hair.
Hair
I may
glasses.
remember somebody with the half glasses.
I don't. Oh, Sen Starfire is an absolute pleasure to meet you, says Sen Starfire to you.
Hi.
So Wednesday was this young lady's birthday. She is of a certain age.
I'm
now.
not ashamed of how old I am. I'm 85 years old.
You can say it, a gentleman cannot. But what she said is her age. So I had her up here and I opened this bottle of booze. Where'd it go? That bottle of booze, which she's now drinking mine of. And we fired up Skype, and we had friends from afar. Gummibjorn joined us. Fox and Moore
That's
joined
this
us.
stuff.
No, that's this stuff. That's this. And it's mine, I might say.
I'd rather drink this.
You don't want to drink that. No, that's the bad stuff. You don't want to
Eddie
drink
the
that.
Weather Fox, I have never been messed up in the morning after drinking white wine. I have been sick to my stomach with brandy and Benedictines.
Vodka?
Vodka makes you really, really, really sick.
How would you know?
I had an experience with vodka.
Oh, do tell.
You don't want to hear that, do you?
I don't, but they do.
You really want to hear it? It's a little embarrassing.
Give them the 10-second lag here, and let's see what they say. Coming up right now. They should be
86
hearing it
glasses
right
of
now.
wine. It'll take me a year to
Oh,
do that.
Hacksaw Dog says yes. Yes, so we have one yes.
Okay.
Furry Trainer says yes.
Okay. My second oldest daughter was in college, and I was taking extension courses because I never finished college. And I was taking fun things like French, American literature. I took everything fun, and then they said, the only next thing you can do is statistics. So I said, screw that, and dropped down. But that's an aside. Cindy was having a toga party in she lived in the quad, whatever that is. So a building that's shaped like a quadrangle. And I bought the booze because they were all underage.
I think the statute of limitations is passed in
Yes.
Pennsylvania, so we can say that now.
It was really weird because I used to take her clothes home and put them in the laundry and then bring them back so she could fold them and put them away. I didn't fold them. So I had a case of wine, alcohol, everything that they wanted in the back seat of my little Fiat. And I had put the laundry on top of it. And I was going up this hill through this little town. It's only 7 miles from our house. And I think I might have been going a teeny bit too fast. And I was pulled over by a state trooper whom I did not know. And he was very, very firm with me. Where are you going? I said, I'm taking the laundry to my daughter at college. Well, ma'am, you know you are going 5 miles over the speed limit, and this is a little town, and people walk across at the intersection. I've been through that little town dozens and dozens of times, and I've never seen anybody walking across the street. It's out in the country. So I got to the thing. He just gave me a warning. I didn't get a ticket. So we got there, and we were drinking just tiny little glasses of stuff. Wine, innocent wine. And then we ran out of wine. And somebody said, oh, the girl in this room down the hall has punch.
Punch.
Punch. It was Kool-Aid and ice cream.
Punch.
And had a little bit of a punch to it. I didn't know it was vodka. It was a lot of vodka. You can't taste it. All you could taste was I think it was High C, the red High C drink.
Yeah.
And since it was a toga party, people had on bed sheets like togas. And we had this friend, Neil.
My late friend.
His friend, who was really large. He was about 6'10".
6'10" and 500 pounds.
Yes. But he was big. And he had a sheet wrapped around him and looked like a toga. And he was sitting like a Buddha on the floor in the hallway in the quad. We were all sitting on the floor talking. and I got up to get some more punch. And I thought we were having an earthquake because the floor was going like this. It was a wooden floor, and it was going like that. And then I started to feel a little bit dizzy, a lot dizzy. And somehow I found myself outside on the lawn on my hands and knees, bringing up all this alcohol.
Painting the lawn, shall we say?
Painting the lawn. And all these kids, oh, that's Cindy's mom. I have to get up and walk.
You can walk, finish your story, then walk.
That was all.
Now there's more.
My husband had to, my husband had to come up and get my car. He was a little angry.
No, your husband came up and got you.
How did my car get home?
Oh, you don't remember that?
You didn't drive my car.
Allow me to take over the story while
Oh,
she gets her
no.
steps in. You need to get your steps in. She's got a Fitbit. You have to get your steps
Oh, I'm
in.
only 113
Make
steps.
with the stepping.
Sorry about that. You'll have to excuse me, y'all.
I was a young teenager living at home, and I was asleep, and I was rudely awakened by a commotion. And I was on the second floor
That
in my
was the
bed.
only time I was ever drunk when I was young. I never drank again until I got old.
Let me tell
So
this.
don't think I'm an alcoholic.
Let me tell the story.
All right. I learned my lesson that night.
Imagine me at the age of probably 14 or there,
16.
15 or thereabout.
You already had your license.
That's right. I was 16 because I had my license. I heard a commotion, and alarmed, I got out of bed and I went to the top of the stairs, and there was my mother, poor thing, on her hands and knees, and my father bent over her trying to help her on the stairs. I thought, get to her feet. I thought she had fallen. She fell down the stairs. Oh my goodness, she is awfully injured, and my dad is helping her. And I was shouting at Dad various things, and he's saying, just go.
Go to bed.
Yeah, get yourself back to
Your bedroom.
your what do you call bed?
You did not talk like that.
Yes, he did.
You did not.
Asked to Chaw. You don't want that stuff, dear.
It's better than nothing.
Oh, okay. Drink out of the bottle here. This is good shit. Drink this shit.
This is better than that.
No, drink this shit. Trust me. Trust me. You'll like that. Better?
Yeah.
Good. Anyway, I was ready to call 911, and Dad kept saying, no, no, no. And I said, Dad, obviously she is awfully terribly injured and has broken bones and internal injuries. And at that point, she barked out, vodka makes you sick! And there was a silence, and my father looked up, and I looked down, and our eyes met.
You have to understand, at this time, I was almost totally teetotal.
Almost.
I didn't associate with people who drank. Lips that touched wine would never touch mine until my daughter went to college and had a toga party.
I said, Dad, is Mom snockered? And she said, no, Mom's not snockered. I said, oh, Jesus Christ. So I went down and I assisted him in getting her up the stairs and into bed. We took her shoes off, and she started crying out very loudly the unusual phrase, I want my little Fiat car.
I don't know how I got home.
I don't know how you got home either. And Dad's gone. He can't tell us. You got home somehow.
I think he might have come up and gotten me.
It's possible and likely, but you wanted your little Fiat car, and I kept saying I would go get it, but you didn't want me to because
No.
I was a young driver.
You might have messed up my paint.
You were a teetotaler. You never touched booze.
Nope.
Do you remember the night I got my learner's permit?
I never touched booze very often.
Oh,
The night he got his learner's permit, the day my daughter had her toga party, one time when he was
go on.
3 months old.
Oh, when I was 3 months old.
Yes, that's the total of my drinking experience as a young adult.
What happened when I was 3 months old?
When you were 3 months old, it was Labor Day weekend. And your dad wanted to take that weekend to drive down to Alabama to show off his son to the relatives in Alabama, leave Friday, come back Monday.
Oh my God. Okay.
And I said, well, if we're going to die next weekend, I'm going to get drunk tonight.
Okay, why not? I'll hold this so they can hear you. Go on.
And I threw up in Brooke David's brand new car.
Really?
Yeah.
Because
I don't hold liquor well as a young person. I don't throw up anymore. I started out slow when he got to be, I don't know, when did I, actually I'll tell you when I started having alcohol, is when my husband decided not to drink any more beer. He was a beeraholic for 30 years, and I could not stand it because I couldn't stand the smell of beer on his breath, and he always wanted to kiss me after he drank beer. I had a bad experience with a beer breath guy when I was a young person, and I couldn't, it was very, very traumatic. I'll tell you, my mother's next door neighbor was always trying to molest the little girls.
okay, well, let's not get into.
He always smelled like beer.
That was Mr. Martin, right?
And anytime anybody came near me with beer on their breath, I would have this flashback to this awful man who's couldn't keep his big hands to himself.
Let's leave that story for another stream.
Well,
I'm going to tell these folk about my 16th. It wasn't my 16th birthday.
no, it was
the day I got my learner's permit.
yes.
I got my learner's permit, which meant legally I could now learn to drive a car.
You already knew how because I had been teaching you.
She'd been teaching me, but now I could legally be taught. We celebrated. She took me to a nice Mexican restaurant
Binny
called
and Fins.
Yes, Binny and Fins. It's gone now.
It's Irish Mexican.
Yeah,
restaurant.
yes, strangely enough, an Irish Mexican restaurant, if you can picture that.
And they made this drink called a banana rita.
A banana rita. That sounded very lovely, and you wanted to try one.
Yeah, I did.
And you did. You tried one, and then you tried a second, and then you tried a
No,
third.
I only had two. That was they were big. They had
Okay,
these big
they were the size of a frickin' salad
this.
bowl.
About like this.
Yes, and you had two.
Yes. So he had to drive home. So
Okay,
what?
there's a little bit more to the story. I helped her get back to the car. She was having a little difficulty moving at the time. And we got to the car, her little Fiat car, and she handed the keys to me and said, "You're driving home," crawled into the back seat and fell asleep. I, of course, in a panic because I had driven up and down the street 3 times, tried to call my father. We didn't have cell phones back
You
then.
had driven more than that, Sam. When you got your license, you were a competent driver. When you got your learner's permit.
Because I had driven up and down the street and
But
once
I
or
was-
twice on Trooper Road, but now all of a sudden with my little old mother in the back seat, I had to get onto a major interstate highway and merge and drive and shift lanes and exit and signal and...
It had 5 on the floor, and that's I made sure all my kids learned to drive on a stick.
Yes, I drove very rigidly.
I had all confidence in you.
Obviously you did, because we somehow got home.
From the time my kids were babies, whenever they were in the car with me, I was giving them subliminal driving lessons.
Oh, I was getting subliminal driving
Yes.
lessons, was I?
I was teaching you kids how to drive. I let you shift. Remember shifting all the time?
Yes.
All right. That's how you teach a kid how to drive. My kids are very, very competent.
I also
drivers.
remember we didn't wear seat belts in those
They
days.
didn't have seatbelts.
That's why. You had was it a 1960 Ford Falcon, that white car? You had that white car. What was that?
Ford Falcon.
It was a Ford Falcon. I
Yeah.
believe it was in 1960.
Yeah. Brand new Ford Falcon.
Yeah. Did they have to peel my hands off the wheel? No, once we got to my place, I don't know how we got you out of the car and up to your room. I don't remember.
I think your dad picked me up.
He was home by then.
Yeah.
And I told him the story, and he said, "Oh, you tell me that you."
Ah!
The problem was Dad didn't want to swear at us kids, and he wanted to swear all the time, but he
wasn't allowed.
He wasn't
He was
allowed,
too much
so
of a
he'd be like,
gentleman.
you just get your. That's how it was. Would you like me to hold Cerberus? He's drunk. All right.
He's got a round bottom.
We all do at our age.
Actually, this isn't so bad now.
That's.
It probably doesn't have as many calories.
Would you like the bottle?
No.
You could take it home.
I'll just wash that taste out of my mouth with this stuff.
I've got 2 more bottles of this. Why don't we just leave that alone? Jezizak says, "What do you do for a living?" Jezizak, exactly who you are talking to, myself, this nice lady, or Cerberus. You have to...
I'm independently wealthy.
That she is.
It's because my husband was a very, very smart investor.
That he was.
He invested in one large stock, Exxon, for I don't know how many years. He put $5 a pay into Exxon stock. He worked for Exxon. And they matched it way back in the 60s. They matched. They had a matching contribution. After about 10 years, they dropped it to 3/4, then they dropped it to half. And eventually they got to where they weren't contributing anything. But all those little $5 every pay, now he got paid twice a month, added up, and it what do they call it? It split so that when he retired, I never even looked at the papers. When he retired, it was worth a whole bunch of money. And then we got an investment guy. We also had these tiny little $600 or $1,000 CDs. Way back in the olden days, when we were young, each working member of the household could put $2,500 into a CD, and they didn't have to pay taxes on that income. I think we could do it once a year. So we did that for 15 or 20 years. And it didn't hurt because it wasn't very much money. But then when it all got together and we put it into funds that started investing aggressively, now I'm okay. I have enough money to last for about 10 years after I die.
You mean I have enough money to last after 10 years after you die?
Yes, and I figure I'm not going to die until I'm 92.
Okay, make it 100 too.
And I'll spend all the money.
That works. Listen, I'm doing okay.
All right.
You know, if you want to spend all your shit, go ahead, do it. I don't need it.
Okay.
I just want your house.
Well, I have to buy a new stove.
We'll get you a stove. By the way, I'm going to interrupt. Ro Wendigo, having to not drink due to depression, being in lockdown and all. Okay, great. But Ro, please enjoy the time with us. Even if you can't drink,
Yeah,
we want you to be
pretend.
happy tonight.
Get water.
You know, you don't need to drink. Just enjoy yourself.
Yes.
Let's have fun. It's Saturday night. Let's relax. We're friends sitting down
We make
enjoying
it
each
seem
other's
like
company.
we drink a whole lot, and we really don't. If we did,
Yeah.
we'd be fat. We were fat.
We were, but we don't. We aren't now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only time I drink is like one glass when he comes for dinner. Sometimes we don't have any. He gives me 5 ounces because it has 150 calories.
Yes. 5 ounces of white wine is 150 calories. That's what I
Yes.
give her. Yep.
So because I am still watching my calories, I don't want to sneak it back up
Yep.
again. It went on too fast.
A question has come through, by the way, for you, I believe, from Weissen Wolf. To you. From
Yes.
one biker to another, what's the best ride you've ever had? Think now.
This guy named Shep.
Shep.
Yeah.
There's a furry connection.
Shep Yutter.
Shep
He
Yetter.
had a hog.
Oh.
And I went on the hog with him one time. It was about 4 hours. We went out in the country. And we just rode. It was so much smoother. So much smoother. We didn't have helmets. I don't even think they made helmets then. If anybody had a helmet, it was one of those World War I flyer helmets. You know, those leather ones, the airplane, those were the helmets. No helmet laws.
Okay, you need to clear something up. The day that very, very famous day that you and Dad encountered each other on the street in Ardmore,
Come on.
he told me you were wearing a helmet. Did you wear a helmet?
Nope, we didn't have it. I might have had one of those airplane pilot things on.
Like the leather,
Yeah.
barnstormer kind
yeah,
of helmets?
yeah.
Okay, maybe that's what it was.
We didn't have helmets. There was no such thing.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Well, I'm sure they had.
I was in my leathers, which I was proud of.
You'd fit into them now.
Yeah, but I don't have them. I still
you
have
do.
my. I don't. All I have is my jacket, but I'll fit into that. I want you to take it to the cleaners and see whether they can make it look pretty again. I was at a doctor's office and a kid came in
Yeah.
with a white jacket, white silk jacket like
Yeah.
that. And I asked where he got it, and he said you can get them on Amazon.
Amelia is the lady who does. Okay, Village Dry Cleaners here in Cary, North Carolina. Amelia and her crew do all of my dry cleaning. If anybody can clean your jacket, she can.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, Mr. Morningstar, I admire your grandma. She got fibrosis from a bad antibiotic.
But she still walks a mile a day despite needing oxygen. She sounds like Dad.
Yeah.
My late father, while on oxygen, when she caught him up on the roof shoveling
God.
snow with his oxygen tank, that's when you decided to move to North Carolina,
He
wasn't
had
it?
pneumonia at the time. He had gotten Legionnaire. He didn't have the oxygen tank. He had gotten Legionnaire's disease, and it turned into pneumonia.
Well, that was years before.
Yes. And he was up on the roof. I have a picture of him up on the roof
Yeah.
shoveling the friggin' snow. I let the roof cave in. I don't care. When I caught him with his oxygen out with a snowblower, he's pulling a little oxygen
Yeah.
tank behind him doing the snowblower.
Now that's a story I remember, that Dad wanted to go out and get the snow off the sidewalk, but he was on oxygen and you wouldn't let him.
Mr. Morningstar, your grandmother is 5 years younger than me. She's just a baby.
Yeah. Beans and boars on the run. Your opinion on the noises that bikes make. Are you one of the people who likes the
What
roar?
noise?
That's the answer to your question, Beans, right there.
There's a purr.
Oh,
The bikes purr,
yeah.
and they vibrate, and they feel pretty good.
Nerikul has asked for a toast to one who's departed a few months ago. We'll toast to all of them. As they say, to absent friends. There we are.
Nerikul.
Nerikul, yep.
Nerikul.
And Bojo Pigeon, who is probably the furry I've known the longest. I knew Bojo almost 30 years ago, for God's sake. Bojo Pigeon was one of the early furry muckers, by the way.
His mom and dad tried to sneak out of the nursing home. I think that's pretty cool.
That's right up there with Boozy Badger's story of his grandmom that stabbed the nursing home director with a fork in the hand to try to get... That's Boozy.
I think nursing homes are cruel. I don't think that you should put people in a nursing home if they don't want to.
Okay, nursing homes need to be revamped. There has to be something different. When this young lady and my late father first came down, were looking to move to North Carolina,
Oh, God.
there was a big billboard, Sunset Acres Active Adult Community. And it had
Yeah.
pictures of old people
God.
playing badminton and stuff.
Yeah.
She wanted to see it. We drove up, and
Beautiful building.
it looked like a country club.
Yep.
We walked in the front door, and there were 6 decrepit, pitiful little old
Drooling,
ladies.
catatonic old ladies, maybe not so old, I don't know, in wheelchairs, being entertained by a musician, and they're... let's get out of here.
We just turned around and left, and we put no more thought to that. We're not putting you in no old folks home, dear. If we're going to put you in old folks home, it's one I'm going to start. Me and Alkali will start an old folks home.
You can be one of the old folks.
We will by that point.
My sister, who is 2 years younger than me, and she's the pretty one. She's very, very pretty. And she's had...
Excuse me, she's not the only pretty one.
She's very pretty. She had a husband for 19, 20 years.
The one who worked in shit.
Yeah, and cheated on her and got caught. But then she divorced him. And she married another guy. And he died from cancer from the stone on his back. And she was bored staying at home, so she decided she was going to move into a retirement community. And she did. I think you give them all your money, you give them your house and everything, and they take care of you for the rest of your life. There were 5 older gentlemen living in there. One of them is a millionaire. Guess who my sister married 6 years ago? She did well, and she's living it up. They take bus trips, and because he's so wealthy, they go all over, and they have a guy who drives them when they want to go visiting around the country, which is pretty neat.
A guy who drives them, you mean a chauffeur?
It's just a driver.
Of course, yeah.
Drax used to work in a nursing home. I would love to hear some of those escape stories.
Drax was here to visit. You should have asked him then. Actually, Drax, you need to come back to visit sometime.
My grandpa said if he ever goes bonkers, just shoot him and send him off on a burning Viking ship off the coast of San Francisco. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, but the water's so shallow there. That's the problem.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. In the San Francisco, but you have to go way out into the bay to get the deep water. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Morningstar says, I just want to say that no matter what sadness I'm going through, you both inspire and make me feel better within seconds.
Well, this is our job.
Yeah, it's what we do. We're entertainers.
We're entertainers. I wasn't, now I am.
It's a great second career, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yep. If your job consists of making somebody else happy, well, hell, what better job is there?
Your Graham Beans and Boar's on the run. Graham actually is a sole supporter for a lot of his family. That's pretty cool.
Drax says, add me on Messenger Face thing. Okay, Drax, you're asking about computer shit. I
Where?
can send emails. You'll have to talk to my Asian assistant to get this whole messenger or whatever going.
Yeah, I don't have Messenger.
Yep. Oh, Silent Dawn just moved his mom from a retirement center into home with him.
I think that's admirable, Silent Dawn.
Now, are you going to be able to come down to visit? Is mom going to be all
Bring her.
right? Bring her along. Actually,
She can stay with me.
okay, Silent Dawn, we have the germ of an idea. If you want to bring mom along, you can stay with me. Mom will stay with her, but they might take over the world, so we might want to watch out for that, okay?
My oldest daughter, a year ago, took her mother-in-law into her home. Her kids, she has 5 children, and they all, except for her husband, put her into a nursing home. And she was not happy. She didn't feel like she was getting good treatment, and she wanted to come and live with one of them. And they were all too busy. Her daughter, with whom she was so close, they talked together on the phone every day. They did everything together. Her daughter has 2 Doberman Pinschers. She lives in a rancher and has 2 extra bedrooms because her 2 sons got married and left the house. And the Dobermans each took over a bedroom. And her excuse was she didn't have room for her mother because the Dobermans occupied the bedrooms. She doesn't have time for her mother.
Okay, that's not a good kid.
No.
Fire for a Lion is saying, have you read the EFO email for Discord? Fire for, I can
What's
tell you
that?
honestly, I don't have the foggiest idea what that means.
European fur.
Okay.
What's
Fire for-
EFO?
I don't know. And okay, you're going to have to send me an email because I don't know at all what you're talking about. Kaiwa wants to know what my siblings think of my work in the furry fandom. My next eldest sister think it's cool. My other sister...
She's the one who took her mother-in-law in. She's a Republican. I'm
She
sorry
voted
to
for
say.
Trump.
Yeah. It's difficult to talk to her because she knows that the news is slanted against Republicans. The liberal right, say that word,
Right wing.
people are trying to sabotage our great president, who is doing such a fantastic job.
I might need
Just
more booze.
ask him; he will tell you.
I might need more booze for this. There was a question up. It's gone. Sorry. Okay. Not only do I need to get another bottle, but before, or I should say, while I'm still able to draw, I've got Patreon patrons.
Pylos won.
Pilo.
His grandma's on Skype all day. That's pretty neat.
Put her in touch with this one.
Yeah. I just figured out how to get on Skype.
Okay, she's got an old laptop and a, what is that thing? A tab.
A new laptop.
Yeah.
An old big one that has a CD thing in it, and a new one that's little and portable, but it doesn't work as well as the old one.
Okay, it's what is it called? A tablet, a Microsoft
So
Surface Pro. It doesn't grok Skype, but her old tablet groks Skype. We figured that out. Yep.
You got Furry Trainer has 12 dogs in her house,
Well, she's training them.
and there will always be room for her mom.
That's why she's called Furry Trainer. Okay, Undertaker has a question for you. How do you stay so young looking?
Jeans?
What kind of jeans do you
Good
wear?
jeans, good jeans. My mom was like that too. She was very, very young looking. She didn't look as old as I do, because she died when she was 73. It's just genetics, I guess. And the way you keep your face tight is talk a lot. It keeps your facial muscles
Yeah.
working. And smile.
Now here's a question. Okay, this is going to take some thought. From Beans and Boars, do you have any tips for someone who wants to be the funny guy? Like, how can I be more confident that I'm not just depressing people more than I make them laugh? That's not an easy question, Beans.
It's not, you're either silly or you're not.
Yeah.
I don't know whether, if you're not silly, you can become silly.
Well, how do you know if you're hitting the mark? Okay, let me tell you this. Can I call you Beans? I was the silly guy when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, when I was in high school, when I was in college, and it never hit then. It was only later that I started to realize that people liked what I was doing. That,
It's the people.
yeah,
You have to play to your audience.
exactly. Yeah.
And if you're not funny in the first place, I don't think you can get funny unless you study comics. One of the things that the funny people in our family have always studied is an old comic called Red Skelton.
And then your alarm went off.
It's time to walk again.
No, it's not. That's a text. That's somebody calling you.
Oh,
Now you have to put your finger on. That's
Okay. My friend Mehdi, his son is becoming a famous entrepreneur in the entertainment industry.
Speaking of which,
He is getting clients, representing clients in hippity hop music.
the hippity hop music with
I mean, famous ones like, was it the Dutchman or something?
that guy that does the hip hop and the yo and the
Yeah, Kayvon, he's on YouTube. He's got a British comedy.
Okay, in other words, Mehdi's son is an agent for up and coming hip hop stars.
And he just started doing it
Yeah.
seriously a couple of years ago. He had worked for one of those companies, and he got promoted into the talent thing, and he's taking off. He's been getting phone calls from famous comics and I don't know the names, famous hip hop people. I have no idea what their names are because not my kind of music.
I'm gonna interrupt and interject something a little more serious because I see Caraway here. I've known Caraway for 5 or 6 or 7 years now. He's a British bunny, also a very, very good entertainer.
Night Jacks.
Caraway sent something out on Twitter this morning that kind of resonated with me. Now, Caraway, stop me if you want me to stop, okay? But Caraway sent this on Twitter, and I read it, and I thought, holy shit. Caraway, he's a younger kid. He's like less than 50.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
A baby.
Yeah, he's a baby. He mentioned that years ago when he was in high school, they had a poetry contest, and a bunch of the, shall I say, the picked on kids submitted their poetry, but these were all kids who had been bullied. And all of their poems talked about self-harm. These are kids who've been bullied, and their poems were talking about dying, killing themselves, harming themselves. And these poems won awards, and they got £1 and a certificate saying what a nice poem. But nobody in the school system contacted their parents. Nobody said, can we talk? They looked at these poems with these children basically writing rhyming goodbye letters, and the school system said, well, isn't that precious? Next on our program.
Where was this?
That was Great Britain, but it's no different because you remember when I was a kid, the boys will be boys.
I know. Unfortunately, I think I was one of the bullies. And then when my kids got bullied, I'm like, oh God, payback is really a bitch. Yes, I watched bike ride racing. Can't be ruffles. Can't be with ruffles.
Can't be with that. I have to get something. Pardon me. I'll be right back. And I'm getting rid of this shit. I'm going to get proper glass. Talk, dear.
Alex the Lion, I think that's fantastic that your grandfather is in a place where he can contribute to something. It's a shame that there are not a whole lot more retirement communities like that. My one aunt was in a retirement community. She lived 3 days past the time her money ran out. And then she died.
Aunt Marion, yes.
Yeah.
That was a nasty circumstance.
Yeah.
We honestly believe the retirement home may have killed my great aunt.
I didn't know about it for 2 days. She was already at the morgue. And I called to find out what she had died from. He said, we don't know. She was just dead when we went to get
Let's
her.
change the subject, shall we? We'll talk
I
about
called the
this another
district
time.
attorney and said, what can we do about it? And he said, well, you can have an autopsy done, but it'll cost you $5,000 to get a morgue to take her from the wherever she is to the morgue and then back again. And so I just didn't do it.
Let's change the subject. We can talk
What
about...
brought that up?
I don't know. Caraways, these damn bunnies. All right, let's get on different topics here.
Yeah, you went to your teachers nearly every day when you're bullied, and all they got was a smack on the wrist.
Although...
Or they called the bully's parents. That was the worst thing, because my dad did not put up with anything like that. The way my dad disciplined us was rather unusual. He had these gorgeous brown eyes, and if we did anything to make him happy, his eyes would get all glassy as though he were going to cry. Nothing will make you straighten up more than thinking you're upsetting your dad to the point he's going to cry. It worked. Didn't work with my kids.
I beg your pardon?
I never cried.
No, you just got the belt. No, you had the hand.
I had a hand. We got it at it said Mom's Helping Hand. And it was a piece of plywood shaped like a hand.
It was at Silly Sally's in Sweetwater, Tennessee.
The fireworks stand.
Yeah.
All I had to do was pick it up. I don't ever remember hitting anybody with it more than once or twice.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Basically a plywood hand. It said Mom's Helping Hand. She had to use it about once on each of us, and after that, and the thing is, she didn't even use it.
Didn't need to.
She just kind of quasi-used it, made the motions of using it, but it was the horror of what might happen if you actually used it.
I hit my oldest daughter once with a yardstick.
Let's not get into that.
I was so angry with her. She was about 10. And I was trying to hit harder, and it was like something was holding my arm. I couldn't hit her as hard as I wanted to. And then afterwards, I had this like mother moment. I thought, oh my God, some other force was keeping me from killing my kid.
Admittedly, my eldest sister kind of wanted you to, as I recall.
She was
tasked you.
she was
She was the rebellious one.
oh my God, yeah. But you know, the nicest part was after she had a kid, she called me one day and she said, Mom, I just want to say thank you for not kicking me out, for picking me up when I fell, for always being there. That made me cry.
Yeah.
I sort of forgave her for a whole bunch of, not everything.
Now, Diana says, now tell us how bad Sam was. There's nothing to say about
Sam
that
was
because
an
I was a
angel.
perfect child. Yes, I was an absolute child. I never had to be disciplined. I was intelligent and well behaved.
Truth. Either that or he was just sneaky enough to get away with everything. I never caught him. You think I didn't know? I just never caught you. The time you were going to blow up a kid's house?
I don't know what you mean.
I took you bowling. When kids tried to bully him, he would say things like, I know where you live and I know how to make a bomb.
Let's
Yeah.
change the subject again, shall we?
Yeah.
At some point, we should get to the drawing because
I should go home.
Other questions for the lady before she heads out for the night? It's last minute questions, nothing about me. Thank you very much. Let's.
Yes, he was a chemist when he was a kid.
Well, I followed Dr. Shock, if you remember.
Yeah, we loved it. Ooh, a Kia the hybrid. Secondary primary school, a group of 10 kids were constantly pushing me to a wall as I tried to escape the circle. It wasn't until I pushed one to the ground and tried to kill it something was done.
Okay, interestingly enough, you tried to fight back and you got in trouble,
Yep.
didn't you?
Yep.
That's usually happened. That's why when you fought back, you had to do something that couldn't be Let's move on to the next. Oh, Morningstar, nice to see you, Morningstar. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Yeah.
Who was my favorite bike racer?
Oh, bike racer.
I can't remember.
Bike racer or hill climber?
They didn't televise hill climbs. Mostly it was motocross that they televised. I wanted to do hill climbs. My dad was a hill climber. Way back in the 20s. And that's why I was allowed to have a bike. Good night, Mr. Morningstar.
Yes, good night. Beans and Boar says, I'd like to hear about the funniest thing baby Kage did, but the thing is, I never did funny things when I was a baby, so there's not really anything to talk about. Right? Right?
I don't remember anything
Of
funny.
course you don't. Naturally you
Everything
don't.
was serious.
Of course, it was very serious. Let's see.
Well, no. He did Monty Python.
Oh, that was later.
We would watch a Monty Python show, and he would entertain us for weeks with the show.
I could remember the
He
dialogue.
remembered, he had an eidetic memory, and he remembered everything. I wouldn't say it got boring after a while. It did get a little tedious.
Really?
Yeah.
Kronos says, I was still terrified of the kid with this taller and stronger than me. He had the usual group. Met up one of them when I went to a shop. Interestingly enough, Kronos, because I've got a similar tale. When I graduated college, my graduation day, I drove home from the graduation, and I was going to Dartmouth. That was, my future was written for me. I graduated college, I was going to have the summer, and I was going to be a student at Dartmouth College the next fall. And I drove down, it was the corner of Germantown Pike and whatever, the Exxon station that was there. I pulled in, and who walks up but Pete Castronova.
Oh.
The guy used to pick the hell on me in high school. He's working at a goddamn gas station.
And Sam's on his way to grad school.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, Pete, hey, you're Pete, ain't you? Yeah, I'm on my way to grad school. I'm going to have like a PhD after my name. Yeah, how's that sound, you son of a bitch? I didn't say that, but I was thinking it at the time.
Proudest moment that I am of Sam.
Where do you see that shit?
Yeah, but Castronova was an Italian boy.
Yeah, Pete Castronova. That's one name I haven't used. I've created some... You're beeping. 7:40. Wait a minute, is that a call? Because that's not an alarm at 7:40. Is somebody calling you? Hang on, we got
Yeah, sometimes it's a different time.
that's an alarm. Yeah. Okay. I've created characters I portrayed. Castronova ain't one of them. But in the past, one of the characters I've portrayed has been this South Philly guy that talked with a really heavy Philly accent. And I called him Eddie Shalofsky because that just sounded like the right name for a South Philly guy.
But the Shalovskys were the nicest family.
Oh, they were. My best friend growing up was David Shalofsky.
They were lovely, lovely, lovely people.
Yeah. Undertaker wants to know, completely off the cuff and completely change the subject, coffee or tea?
Coffee in the morning, tea in the afternoon.
There you go.
With chocolate in the coffee.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you something about bullies. As a former bully, I was the smallest kid in the school. But nobody messed with me.
You can say it. It's my streaming. Say what you want.
Because I could punch. And I had a bony knee. And I wasn't afraid to use my fist or my knee. So if anybody did anything I didn't like, they didn't do it a second time. I also had 5 guys that backed me up all the time.
You had a gang.
I had the street that I grew up on, there were 5 kids my age. All the rest of them were boys. And we climbed trees, we dug tunnels, we played cars in the dirt. And then when we got to an age where we realized that I could get guys to make inappropriate comments to me and they could get beat up, it was sort of fun. What else you going to do on a Friday night in a small town?
Did that lead to you?
Yeah.
Do tell.
Laurel and Hardy were absolutely the best.
In response to a question from 350,
Yes.
532.
I didn't see your first post. Laurel and Hardy,
Yep.
he grew up on comedy shows. My husband and I like to watch comedy shows. My husband had a very, very dry wit. Very quiet, very laid back. Never took command of the conversation, but had a whole bunch of zingers. He liked the comedy shows.
I grew up on the Three Stooges, Laurel and Hardy, Harold Lloyd, Red Skelton, basically you name it. I was surrounded by them because either my dad or my mom were watching them.
And Buster Keaton, yeah, he was the original comic.
Yep. Mom, do you play any musical instruments?
I have absolutely no musical ability whatsoever. Everybody in my family, except my dad, can sing, play something. I enjoy music. I can tell when music isn't being played properly. I can tell the difference in notes. Sometimes I can even tell what the key is. I cannot make music. I have very thick vocal cords, as you can tell by my voice, and I cannot carry a tune. It's my one big regret in life is that I cannot make music. I can appreciate it. Somebody has to be the appreciator. The Three Stooges. How can you compare any of them? Charlie Chaplin. Buster Keaton is a masterpiece.
Yes.
I like Charlie Chaplin. The Three Stooges were slapstick and very funny, a different kind of comedy. Well, maybe not a different kind of comedy. They were a different kind of comedy.
It was.
Because they were
It was
a group.
It was okay. It was very heavy physical comedy.
Yeah.
It was visual comedy, as opposed to the situational comedy
Yes.
that Harold Lloyd and Buster Keaton got
Yes.
into. So they were very, very different. Then you got the Marx Brothers, which was the snarky kind of intellectual level comedy, because Groucho Marx was insulting people, not physically and not situationally,
Yeah.
but more on what they said.
Yeah.
So, and W.C. Fields, who basically portrayed the entertaining drunk. Yes.
Yeah.
He was from Philadelphia, by the way, you know.
A lot of people were from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Boys High School. Philadelphia had a high school called Boys. Boys High.
Really? Mm-hmm. That was the name of it?
They had Girls High and Boys High.
It's...
And they may have had a proper name, but that's what we knew them as growing up. Did you ever do the Who's on First routine?
Of course. I've done it several times and done different varieties of it. Now, at some point, I need to get to my drawing.
Go.
Well,
I'll go home in.
Okay, now here's the thing I'm worried about. There's electricity going on out there. All right, here's what's going to happen. There's going to be a pause. Because before I go to the drawing, one of the things that Patreon patrons get for giving me a buttload of money for no reason whatsoever is I draw shit for them. And I intend to do that. But first, I want to walk this young lady out to her car because the weather is threatening and I want to make sure she gets out there.
I want to
all right.
flash that picture.
What picture?
The one I did for Mama T. Or for Furry Trainer.
Well, where is it?
It's behind that page.
Oh,
I just want to flash it.
there's a coded message.
Happy
apparently.
birthday, Furry Trainer.
The camera's over. Up. This is a coded message that is for only specific eyes. Camelhawk says, I just want to say your mother is lovely. I
Why,
agree.
thank you so much.
All right. We're going to get this young lady to her car. Folks watching, I do apologize. There's going to be about a 2 or 3 minute dead air, but it is
I didn't
necessary.
finish your wine. Draw a picture first. I can get out there by myself. What's your favorite Monty Python sketch?
All of them.
Funny way to walk. Silly walk.
Yes, the Ministry of Silly Walks. Okay, we're going to go to the drawing cam, as we say in Philadelphia, the drawing cam. At some point, there may be a pause as I get this lady out to her car, so we're going to apologize for that. But right now, would you reach over and turn that wall switch on? I'm sorry, not the wall switch, the light switch, yes. That's it. We're going to go to the drawing cam, and I noticed you put your stuff on top of the drawing cam, but we're going to go there anyway. So here we go. Okay, we're going to the drawing.
I thought that was a table.
No, it's not a table. Well, it is a table, but it's my drawing table.
Keep this because I need it.
You need this?
I need it for transporting stuff.
Okay, well, all right, we'll put it here. But, oh, wait, I need to bring this with me. Okay, we have to take care of some very important things. There we go. Okay, we're going to the drawing cam. Okay, we're going over here, and see, this is what happens when you're a Patreon patron. I punish you with this shit. So we first have Furry Trainer, who it's her birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday
To you, happy birthday. By the way, Ma, I stole your wallet. Here's your wallet. I take that shit back.
I didn't even know I didn't have it.
Yeah, there's a story behind that. Okay, we need to go to this. So, okay, all right. Okay. Furry Trainer celebrating her birthday with the Winestream. Okay, Furry Trainer is basically an Alsatian, which is a German Shepherd. You and I now Alsatians have these boxy muzzles and they got these neck floofs, but they have these very, very wolfy big ears like
You
this.
should do that along the side of the thing I gave her.
Who, what? Yeah, got it, all right. But she's very, very happy, as you can see. And she's also very asymmetrical because that's what happens when you drink. So here she is. And she's watching the Winestream on a nice big monitor. And on the Winestream, we have Uncle Kage with his potato-shaped head. Yep. And with his nice tie and stuff like that, and his wine and his multiple arms, because apparently he's an octopus, which I just drew him as. Okay, and she's got a glass of celebrating her birthday. Okay, so she's got a very, very nice glass of wine. It's a white wine. I'm going to draw a white wine glass for that. But because it's her birthday, while she was watching the Winestream, somebody made a lovely birthday cake for her with the candles, and they were only 4 candles because a lady is of a certain age. By the way, Alsatians have these
10
big...
years for every candle.
Yeah, it's tails. They have tails. It's happy birthday to you, HB2. That's what that means. Okay, that's for Furry Trainer, who's been a long-time supporter. Thank you very much, my darling. Thank you very much. Okay, that's for Furry Trainer. Okay, so we're gonna put this over here, and next we have this. Oh, Silver Gatomon. Silver Gatomon wants. Where's the thing I'm looking for? Silver Gatomon wants Tianlong taking a bubble bath.
That would be terrible on his fur.
It would be terrible on his fur, but he's a dragon. Dragons have scales.
But he's a furry dragon.
He's a furry dragon. That is an FD. Okay, hang on. I have an idea. I'll be right back. I have an idea. This is an important idea. Okay. Right.
He's talking, but you can't hear him. I
Okay.
can't either.
All right, here we go. We need some drawing reference. Don't ask why I have this. It's not important to the story at hand. Move that giant bottle, if you would, dear, because I can't see the thing I'm supposed to be clicking on here. Yeah, just put it someplace else. There we
Why
are.
is that flickering like that?
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. Is that flickering for anybody else or just me? Mr. Bubble is haunted. That's what the problem is. Okay, fuck Mr. Bubble. He's going away. All right, that's the problem. Okay.
That's weird.
That is very weird. Okay, so Tianlong. Tianlong is a long, which means he's got this kind of, dragon muzzle, right? And he normally has like angry eyes, but he's very, 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 very happy here. And he's got horns, which I really don't know why they do this shit that they do, but they do, apparently. And he's just like, dude. But he's got noodles. Don't forget the noodles. Got to have the noodles, right? He's got noodles on his face. And his muzzle, he's got like fins on his head coming, and he's got ears which do that. But he's taking a bubble bath, which means we got to put the bubble bath actually, no, we did that last time for
You don't
Silent
wanna do
Dawn. It was a terrible mess. We're not going to do that again. So we're basically just going to draw Tien. He's sitting here in the bathtub. His horns up here. Noodles with
He's
the...
gonna have to have a whole new fursuit made because he got it wet and filled with soap.
Yeah, we'll go with that. This is what? Who is it? This is Silver Gatomon. Silver Gatomon. Thank you very much for your support, Silver Gatomon. I hope you can recognize what this is, because tomorrow I'm going to wake up and not remember. So I think that's what you wanted, and I hope it is. Screw Mr. Bubble, because Mr. Bubble is a fucking communist. Okay, all right, where were we? Where's the... There it is. Okay, next. Okay, Silent Dawn. Silent Dawn wants me to draw... Wait a minute, is it doing that shit
Souped
again?
up lawnmower doing a wheelie.
It's doing that shit again. Holy crap.
Ghosts.
Okay, I don't have an Asian here explaining why it's doing that
Ghosts.
crap.
There's a ghost in the lamp.
All right, it's Mr. Bubble. Okay, so Silent Dawn is doing a wheelie on his souped-up lawnmower. Okay, so first off, we have Silent Dawn, who is a tiger. Tigers, remember, they have these testicle faces, which they do.
I can't finish this. I'm going home.
Oh, well, I'll finish it for you. It's okay. And he's very, very happy, but he's got...
Good night, everybody.
Good night, good night. Okay, we're going to pause.
No,
we're
I
gonna,
can make it.
We're-
I parked heading out.
We're going to pause anyway, just to be sure. So give us a second here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a matter of gentlemancy. Come along now. Don't complain. Did you get your wallet?
I don't have a pocket.
Here's
Oh,
your
yes, I
key.
do.
Yes, you got it.
No, I
Here's your-
don't.
yes. Watch your step.
How am I
There's-
going to do this?
How are you going to do what?
I don't have any more hands.
Oh, for goodness sake. All right. We'll be back in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is a pause. Okay, here we go. Here's your shoes. I'm walking to your car. I'm walking you out whether you like it or not, all right? Okay, put your shoes on. You have everything. You got your purse. Would you like a bottle to take with you? I got a spare.
If you could pour that into that bottle, I'll take it.
I'll tell you what.
Nah, no,
What?
Sam, don't. I have wine at home if I want
Well,
one.
you got the cider is what you got.
Yeah.
All right.
I had already.
Yeah, this is a pause, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back very, very
Good
shortly.
night, good
All right.
night. Do I have everything? My keys, my wallet?
Okay, now I'll go shopping tomorrow. I'll bring you your shopping, okay?
Oh, don't forget the spice.
I won't forget the spice. All right.
I'll forget what I.
We'll be right back, folks. Here we go. Okay, you got
It's
everything?
raining at S.
Oh, wait, it's raining. Crap. Hang.
All right, you just stay here.
What? We need an umbrella. It's raining.
No, I'm fine. I have an umbrella in the car, making the car.
Hold on. We need an umbrella. Hang on. Yes.
Sam, I can't take this wallet. You'll have to bring it.
Hold on. You're getting an umbrella whether you like it or not. Here.
I can't carry this. I'll
Yes, you
lose
can.
it. No,
Here.
I'll lose it. I don't want to know.
You got a pocket?
No,
You got a purse?
no.
You got a bag hanging around your
That's
neck?
my wallet, my phone. I can't keep it in my phone.
All right, cool.
I don't feel like I should be responsible.
Okay, I'll put it in my pocket.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back now. We do apologize for that brief delay in the entertainments for this evening. However, it is the duty of a gentleman to see a lady safely to her doorstep. Period. That has been seen too. And it's not just because I want to stay in the will. All right? Okay. So, where were we? Yes. Silent Dawn, who is a tiger, by which we mean he's got to have a nose, because tigers have noses. And because he's a tiger, he's got stripes that kind of do this. But he is on a souped-up lawnmower doing a wheelie. So the seat of the lawnmower is kind of doing this. And the whole lawnmower is like, but of course we got this big, that's the thing that cuts the grass down here, right? But the front wheel is like up here, and it's souped up, so it's got like, lightning bolts and shit like that, and spinny rims or whatever they look like. Oh, sorry. Tigers also have tails. Forgot the tail. And they have stripes on them. Small critters running for their lives. Here's a little critter, and here's another little critter, and here's etc. etc. Okay, this is for Silent Dawn. And this is Uncle Kage. Thank you very much, Silent Dawn, for your long-standing support of this nonsense we call the Winestream. I'm going to try this again. When I put Mr. fucking Bubble on here, the light goes all crazy, doesn't it? For whatever the hell reason, it's not doing it now. I can't figure that out. All right. Oh, terribly sorry. Okay, next. We have Silver. Silver from Norway, and Norway, whose flag looks kind of like something like that. Yep. He wants trout. There, trout. But it's a Darwin trout because this is science and it works, bitches. Okay, so that's Uncle Kage. Thank you, Silver. You're a delightful young man. You know that you're practically a member of the family, which doesn't mean you'll inherit any money. Hopefully. All right. What's next here? Nikolai Tiger. We'll say Nick. With an extra period, that's no charge. No charge for that extra period. Tiger says, "Oh, heck, I forgot. It's not too late. Whatever the chat room calls for." Okay, guys, I'm going to run over to the chat room. Let's see what we're going to draw. All right, here we go. Tell me some shit. Okay, what's coming up? I'm going to give you the standard 10 seconds, but tell me what kind of shit I'm going to draw here. All right, it's coming in. Beans and boars on the run, says draw me. Okay, that's great. We're going to do beans and boars on the run. Okay, crap, that's a bad idea for me. Okay, well, wow. Beans and boars on the run. Okay, well, here's a boar, which is like a piggy, I guess, and it's got boar ears, which almost look like cats, kind of, but they have curly tails, and it's running. But it's got a can of beans on its back, and it's going that direction. Beans and boars on the run. There we go. That's what you wanted. Actually, no, it's not. But hell, it's my fucking stream. I can draw whatever the goddamn hell I want to. Thank you very much. Wait, forgot to thank you, Nick Tiger and Beans and Boars on the Run. Thank you for that lovely idea. Okay, now Tau, Greek letter Tau, there we go. Please draw a lion sitting in front of a computer, but wishing he were anywhere else doing anything else. Okay, first we need a lion. Lions are very much like tigers in that they have these testicle faces, right? Like that. But he's not very happy because but remember, the thing about lions is they have these giant afros. That's how you tell a lion this. And he is sitting in front of a computer, but he's wishing he was someplace else. Remember, lions have these weird tails that have like tufts on the end of them there. What he's wishing is we have to have the wish balloon, right? He's wishing that he was first with his testicle face here like this, but now he's very, very happy with his giant afro. He's wishing, and his tail with the bullshit at the end. That he is enjoying a drink with Uncle Kage. Uncle Kage, who is, remember Uncle Kage, who's got this kind of potato-shaped head with astroturf hair and a nose and he's got his own testicle face because he's part cat and a tie, and he's spiritual from the waist up because this is a spirit Uncle Kage that he's only seeing in his imagination. That sounds good to me. Because, like I said, it's my goddamn show. I can say whatever sounds good. Excuse me a second. Now, the next one has come in very small font. Because when I start this, when I start the stream, I get this shit set up, and I put it in big font so I can see. But somebody came at the last minute, so I got to go over here. I have to go over here. Excuse me. It's from Onyx Flame. Onyx Flame, you're late. Yourself holding a banner with the words, "Thank you for watching." Oh, I can do that. I can definitely do that. Okay. It's going to be Uncle Kage. First off, Uncle Kage has his potato-shaped head. We're all very familiar with that, and we're familiar with his astroturf hair. There we go. Right? And he has ears, because you can't be Uncle Kage without ears, and he has that nose, which defies definition, and because it's Uncle Kage, so he's like several sheets to the wind already, and he's been having a grand night, but always wearing his best suit and tie, right? Okay, that's how Uncle Kage works. Hang on, we need some drawing reference here. Drawing reference. Actually, it's not so much drawing reference as reference. You can't see what's going on, but we're doing it here. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. All right. This may be right. It may be wrong. But in any case, it's going to be heartfelt. Thank you for watching. And he's holding a
big glass of wine because it's Uncle Kage, and fuck, he's got to have a big glass of wine, and his fingers are wrapped around it, but he's been working out, so he's got his biceps going here. By the way, this is for Onyx Flame, right? Right? And he's saying, thank you for watching as best I can figure it. Hang on, let's see. Gonna add one more little thing here. I'm gonna say, Uncle Kage. That looks good enough to me. Hopefully you got your money's worth for being a Patreon. This is for Onyx Flame. We're going to put a heart up here because we love Onyx Flame dog pieces. Thank you so much, Onyx Flame. And that's everything we have. So we're going to go back to the main cam. The main cam. Where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? We need the mouse. Here we go. Okay, we're going back. All right, back to couch. No, that's the one. There we go. Here we go. All right. Once again, thank you very much to our Patreon patrons who, those of you who gave me a sufficient amount of money for whatever the hell reason got me to draw that bullshit you just got. Okay, like I said, you got $25, you can throw it in the fucking street, or you can give it to me and I'll draw you shit like that. Great! I hope you enjoyed it. And once again, we do apologize for the brief moment of dead air there, but some things take precedent. As I said, it is incumbent on a gentleman to see a lady safely to her door. And Caroline the Wolf says, Grandma Kage, you could host your own stream. No, that is out of the question. Caroline, that is absolutely out of the question. Because she would probably say things that aren't true. And we couldn't have that. That would be a very, very bad thing. So she's not allowed to have her own stream. Because somebody has to be there to monitor what she's saying to make sure everything she says is absolutely 105% accurate. So we're not going to have any more discussion on that topic, shall we? Furry Trainer says, what's on my tie? What is on my, did I get a stain on it? Okay, this is my chemistry tie. That is what I decided to wear tonight. Thank you, Furry Trainer. Okay. Let's see. No. People are talking about Grandma Kage's. No. Okay, Grandma Kage's Winestream would not be a good thing because, as I said, she is not an experienced entertainer and she might slip into the realm of telling stories of things that are not worth telling. Next subject. Let's move on, shall we? Let's go on here. Okay. Mr. Morningstar says, when will your next stream be, if I may ask? Well, Mr. Morningstar, you can certainly ask. I don't know where the hell my phone is, which has my calendar on it. We're kind of aiming for the 12th of September. And right now, I'm sort of inclined to invite Silent Dawn down. Now, Silent Dawn is a remarkable young man. He's a lovely, lovely young fellow. He's become a very good friend of mine. Because of all this COVID bullshit, it's like, do we get together? But you know what? There comes a time when you simply have to trust that your friends are intelligent enough to have taken the appropriate precautions. And it's been too long since we have had Silent Dawn here as a guest, and I really think it's time that he came to visit again. So
Silent Dawn, this is an official invitation. We hope to see you next month if you can make it. So let's see. Let's see. And people are saying, Grandma Kage Winestream, yes, yes, yes. I say, no. Grandma Kage Winestream, no. It would not be entertaining. It would upset people. Sorry, not gonna happen. Just get it out of your minds. Forget it. Let's move on to the next subject here. Sasha Drifton says, how has quarantine been for you? How has quarantine... Okay, you all recognize this sofa? Do you recognize these giant pillows I had to put down because my ass is starting to hurt sitting on this bullshit? That's how quarantine's been for me. Jesus Christ. She didn't finish her sake. We'll have to fix that. There we are. Okay, let me give you the honest answer. I work in the biomedical field. I'm in the pharma industry. How has quarantine been for me? I still have to do laboratory work, but we're at the situation now where I can go into the lab for a couple of hours, 2 or 3 days a week, put shit onto the instruments, and then I come home and I operate the instruments right here from my sofa. So, how has quarantine been for me? 6 months ago, this is the life I would have thought would have been perfect. My job is to sit at home on my sofa and operate my instruments remotely, and I don't have to get up, and everything is great. Now here we are. The instruments are running, data's being collected, and I'm sitting here saying, for God's sake, somebody give me an excuse to get up. I'm doing all of my grocery shopping on foot now, just because I have to get up and move around. Oh, those glorious ancient days when we dreamed in our most gorgeous imagination that our ideal world would be that we can run our career from sitting on our living room sofa and not having to move, faced with the reality now that, oh my God, I will take any excuse to get off of this fucking sofa and just do something. Moving right along. Furry Trainer is asking, am I still running in the mornings? Yes, dear, I am still running. Well, okay. My morning routine typically is I do a 2-mile run. There's a beautiful lake down here, and I run around the lake 2 miles, and then I have a we used to call it calisthenics. They call it now body weight exercises, I believe. I do a 30-minute exercise routine right here in my condo. So 2 miles of running and then 30 minutes of calisthenics. The last week I've been doing neither of the above because I did something that made the thing happen in my back. When you get to be my age, you'll understand what I mean. So for the last 7 days, I've actually been doing no exercise at all, but I'm feeling better. So as of Monday, I'm going to start again. And people are saying, oh, Uncle Kage, you're losing weight. I like to think so, because if I take my shirt and I do this, okay, yeah, this, yes, I've been working. Moving right along to the next question, shall we? Oh, no. Kronos says, do some baking. No, Kronos, if I do some baking, that'll be brownies and the whole idea is I'm trying to lose weight. I don't want to do some baking because I will then want to consume what I have baked. Sasha Drifton says, wow, you look great. I'm not to the point where I'm going to be taking my shirt off for this stream. But thank you very much, Sasha. It's very, very kind of you. Dareka. Oh, serious question. Dareka, he runs 2 miles. I haven't got the stamina to run 1. I'm going to tell you a secret, Dareka. Or is it Vreka? Can I call you Da? I'll call you Da. I started doing an interval run. I actually bought an interval timer. Just look on Amazon.com for interval timer. Because I didn't think I could run. Run all that distance. I can't do it. I'm old and I'm pudgy and I'll get winded. So I said, I will run for 30 seconds and then walk for 60 seconds. That was how I started out. I did a gentle jog for 30 seconds. I'm tired. And then I would just walk for 60. Well, I did that for several weeks, every day for several weeks. I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to prescribe anything. It doesn't matter. Just do the shit, all right? Do it until you feel comfortable. And then, and here's the funny part, when I went to program my interval timer, because I changed the battery, when you change the battery, everything erases. So I screwed it up. I thought I had it right, but I had it for 1 minute of running and 1 minute of walking. And I'm running and saying, am I done yet? But I realized I could do it. And I ran for a minute, and then I walked for a minute. Run, walk, run, walk, run, walk. And then I got the idea, okay, let's see what I can do. Let's stretch that. Let's make it run for 1.5 minutes and then walk for 30 seconds. It was a little bit of an effort, but I could do it. Remember, I started out running 30 seconds and walking a minute. And just doing these little increments, not at a given time period, just when I felt comfortable doing it. I got to the point where I was running for 1.5 minutes and then walking for 30 seconds. And I thought that was my limit. I thought, okay, that's the best I can do. Because a ways back in high school, when they made us run, I couldn't fucking run. I tried to run, and after I had to stop it. I had a stitch in my side. Oh, God, it hurt. So I was running for 1.5 minutes and then walking for 30. And then once again, I fucked shit up. I bought a new interval timer, and I don't know what the hell I did. Okay, notice the face? I'm a Luddite. Hell, I can barely make my computer work, for shit's sake. I was out there running, and the timer wasn't changing over to the beep, beep, beep. Now it's time to walk. Because I had messed it up again. But it gave me the idea, how long can I go? Okay, get rid of the timer. I love my timer, but it's done. Okay, put it over here. Let's try it. I used to run for 90 seconds, and then I'd say, oh goodness, I'm tired because the timer beeped, now I'll slow down. So one day I said, let's see how long I can actually go. And there was no answer to the question because I started jogging and I just kept going. And it occurred to me that all this time, I had been telling myself, I have to stop and rest. I have to slow down and walk. I did this because I had convinced myself that my body needed it. But because of one, slow training, and two, completely fucking shit up, I began to realize that no, I can run and I can keep up that pace and I don't have to stop. I don't have to slow down and walk. All these years, I had been convinced that yes, I did have to. My brain said I had to, my muscles didn't think so. So now I can do a 2-mile run. Okay, we're not talking like a sprint. It's an easy jog. But I jog 2 miles every morning. And then I have a calisthenic body weight exercise routine that I do. And I like to think that it's working. 2 years ago, I believe, thereabout, did anybody see the interview with Lisa Ling? I'm pretty sure that was 2 years ago. The Lisa Ling interview, which took place in Anthro Northwest in Seattle. When I look back on that, it kind of alarms me because I actually weighed approximately 200 pounds when that interview was done. I now weigh 150. I've lost 50 pounds since then. I feel better. I can do pull-ups now. Why can I do pull-ups? Because I'm not lifting another fucking 50 pounds. Interesting how that shit works. But let's move on. I'm not here to proselytize about exercise and shit. Furry Trainer says, what happened to you wearing the vintage swimwear? That's a very good question, Furry Trainer. What happened to me wearing the vintage swimwear? It's too big for me. I need to buy... When I bought that vintage swimwear, you know, the striped stuff that your granddad used to wear, I bought it for a 200-pound man. But now when I wear it, it just hangs off of me like rags. So I'm still going to wear it, but I have to get another set because I'm smaller now. What did I just see? Brazil, I'm sorry, Aldea, first off, Brazil Fur Fest says, hello, I'm sorry, Buenos Nachos, Brazil Fur Fest, or something, I have to learn my Portuguese. And Aldea Carufas says, this is a test for all you old-timers, like René Fromage and Kit Mambo. If you know who René Fromage and Kit Mambo were, great! If you don't, I have something to teach you. Send me a note privately, and I will tell you who René Fromage and Kit Mambo were. Old-time furries know these things. Brazil Fur Fest says, Portuguese is good. My Portuguese is so limited. My sister actually married a gentleman from Portugal. Another story from many, many years past. And I tried to learn Portuguese, but I only learned specific phrases like Moricón
and puta. And this is why I want to go to Brazil Fur Fest, because I very much need my linguistic skills to be improved. So that's... Jezizak is heading out. Good night, Jezizak. Thank you for joining us tonight. And Nishol Magana, can I get a late birthday shout? Happy birthday, Nishol. May I call you Nishol? Happy birthday on the 11th of August, this being a few days later, and I'm sorry to have missed it, but happy birthday to you. Here's a secret. T'Chall says Tien could lend you his Speedo. Now it's time to tell you the secret. T'Chall says Tien could lend you his Speedo. T'Chall, Tien is wearing my Speedo. The Speedo that Tien Long wears is one I gave him because it's one that I wore 30 years ago and would probably fit into now. So yes, the Tien Long Speedo is actually the former Uncle Kage Speedo. You heard it here first. Tareka says, I don't need to buy an interval timer. I can get an app for my phone. Yeah, you kids with your goddamn fucking apps. Hang on. Here it is. All right, I'm back. This is what I'm talking about. Why do I have this? Because I lost mine. I lost my interval timer. Oh, where is my interval timer? I don't know where it is. So I bought another one. And then I found the first one at the bottom of the hamper because it was clipped to my running shorts. Of course, that's where the hell it was. This is lightweight. It's not a cell phone that's going to bop out of your pocket. I'll tell you what. This is a spare. I don't need it. If you would like to start a running regimen and you would like to run in intervals, send me an email, unclekage01@gmail.com. I don't need this, but I recommend it. If you'd like to try doing interval training running, send me an email. I will send this to you, hopefully United States only, because it gets very cost prohibitive sending shit overseas. But if it be helpful to you, I will send it to you because, shit, I don't need two of them. Moving right along. Yes, Kaya, when it looks like an old school pager. Yes, it looks like an old school pager. That's what it does. Calvin the Wolf says, I can't take Kage seriously when he swears. Well, heave ho, you rotter, belly, bum, drawers. Anyway. Dereka has an arm pouch. Well, Dereka, if you lose weight, that will go away. That's what we're talking about. And okay, all right. Hang on. Everybody's saying, oh, this one is Uncle Kage. This is brand new. I haven't used. You want the one that I actually used? I'll sell that one to you cheap. That one I got. This is a brand new one. You want the one I actually used? That's another story entirely. Yes, Michelle King, who uses a pager in 2020? Very, very good question. There are not a lot of folks who remember what pagers were. I had a pager years ago. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Callan. What the hell is a pager? I'll tell you. I'll be right back. I have to answer a question. There we go. Okay. The question came across. There we go. From Kaya. Where the hell did it go? There it is, from Kaiwin. You ever watched Blackadder? Do you mean these, Kaiwin? Yes, I've watched Blackadder. I've watched all of Blackadder. Rowan Atkinson is a genius. And you ask a question. Favorite episode? No spoilers. Kaiwin, because you're familiar with the series, you'll understand. Favorite episode? The final episode of season 4. That is the final episode of the Blackadder series that took place on the Western Front in World War I. Funny, yes. Comedic, yes. Moving, oh my God, yes. My absolute favorite episode. I would like to meet Rowan Atkinson someday. I'm sure he's besieged by fans, and I don't want to task the gentleman in any fashion. But it's my little dream to have the opportunity to shake Mr. Atkinson's hand and say, thank you very much, not just for the laughs, but for the conclusion of season 4 of Blackadder. And he would understand exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Atkinson, this is to you. Kronos says the episode, I believe, was also called Goodbye. I suspect it was, Kronos. The thing is, the Blackadder series was not only hysterically funny, it was extremely self-aware. Because it took place in discrete periods of English history. And how can one be aware of the period of English history that encompasses the Great War without having your concluding episode, shall we say, be appropriate for the time frame in which it is shot? I can say no more. I don't want to give it away, but here we go. Blackadder goes forth. If you're not familiar with the series, if you don't know who Rowan Atkinson is, if you don't know who any of his crew are, it doesn't matter. This gentleman, this comic, this clown, masterfully gave us the opportunity to laugh at one of the most monstrous obscenities that ever occurred in modern human history. He gave us the opportunity to laugh at it, but in the last 30 seconds, he reminded us that while we've been laughing and having a good time, it was still a monstrous obscenity. And that monstrous obscenity is war. It was true in 1917. It was true in 1945. It was true in 1952. It was true in 1970. I've lost track of dates since then. But the very word war is a monstrous obscenity. And we can do two things. We can laugh at it or we can learn from it. or in the hands of a very, very talented comic, we can do both. I'll say again, Mr. Atkinson, I salute you, sir. Rocket T. Coyote. This is an interesting one. Discovered the World War II comedy Stalag Luft. You're talking to a man who knew a gentleman who was a prisoner of war at Stalag Luft 7. Actually, Stalag Luft 3, followed by Stalag Luft 7, followed by Stalag Luft 17. I knew a man who was a German POW. People say, how can you laugh at the experiences of POWs? I knew a man who did laugh at his experiences because that's all he could do. Because if he didn't laugh at them, they would have driven him to madness. And that's the story of Paul Gordon, and many of you know that tale already. Mr. Morningstar. Okay. Mr. Morningstar, this might be a plant question because you must know the answer already, but I'm going to tell you. This is for the younger folks especially. Were you ever into the original Star Trek with William Shatner? And if so, what's your favorite episode? Mr. Morningstar, I thought everybody knew this one. And if you do not, I shall tell you. First off, all you youngsters out there, you should appreciate Star Trek, that original series, Star Trek. Here's what you need to know. Here's what you need to understand. When we talk about Star Trek with William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and all those people, you are too young to appreciate the ground that it broke, to appreciate the walls that it shattered, to really appreciate the smacking in the face with a trout that it did. Let me explain. Star Trek. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission: to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. It was the 60s. I'm sorry, that's how we talked. This series came along at a time when on television or in movies, the bad guy was always Russian, where the Asian was either a houseboy or a spy, where the black person, especially a woman, was the maid. Now here comes Star Trek. We have a futuristic world, a vision of an exploratory vessel, if you would, the Calypso of the 25th century. If you don't know what I mean by Calypso, I'm sorry, I can't explain it. And against the background of what I just explained to you, that was the world. Here we have a vessel where your primary crew are a Russian who is the navigator, who is a trusted member of the executive crew. He's not a spy. He's not a bad guy. He's not a saboteur.
We have an Asian who is, I don't remember what Sulu did. Fuck, whatever the hell. Sulu was great, but he wasn't a cook. He wasn't a spy. We had a black woman. Work with me now. In the 1960s, we had a black woman who not only was not a maid, was not a slave, but was a highly educated, integral part of the command crew of this vessel. That was Lieutenant Uhura. My goodness, you youngsters will never understand how Lieutenant Uhura affected America. This black woman, please pardon me, this black woman showed up on television, and she wasn't a maid. She wasn't dumb. She wasn't subservient. There was even one moment when the first officer even said to her something to the effect of, "If anyone can fix this, you can." Nichelle Nichols, in an interview, once mentioned that Martin Luther King actually approached her and praised her for the character she was portraying in a world where black women were subservient and dumb. This was the first time that the United States of America saw a black woman who was not subservient, but was actually in command. She was not dumb. She was highly educated. She was integral to the survival of this vessel, and she was respected by her peers. You young 21st century types might think this is not big. But to an old 20th century white male, this was earth-shattering. This was exploding into another dimension. That's setting the scene. Now I'll answer your question. What was my favorite episode? You must remember, I was a little boy. I was a 4-year-old child, barely in kindergarten, in a world when I was seeing news footage of Selma and Montgomery. The entire country was being basically turned on its head. For decades, white people had been on top and black people were on the bottom. That was the USA. And here I came along as a little child, trying to understand what was going on. I used to spend weeks in Alabama in the 1960s. It was a different world. Let me tell you my favorite episode because it hit me as a youngster and it had a tremendous effect on my psyche. My God. I need more of this shit. We'll figure this out in a moment, all right? In the original Star Trek series, if you've not seen it, look it up.
The episode was called Let That Be Your Last Battlefield. Let that be your last battlefield. The Enterprise encounters a fugitive fleeing from the law. Unusual humanoid character. They can't figure it out. He's humanoid, but he is perfectly divided. Completely white, completely black. White and black. And there's this line of demarcation down the middle. And then they encounter the police officer who is pursuing him, played by Frank Gorshin. Outstanding actor. And the episode goes on. This police officer, who is half white, half black, is chasing this criminal who is half white, half black. And for the entire first half of the episode, apparently some terrible shit has happened that this guy is guilty of, that he's being pursued by. And it finally is explained when this police officer, Frank Gorshin, is explaining to the command crew of the Enterprise that, all of his people are like this. It's just how they are. You can't change it. That's their nature, those people. And the question is asked, what do you mean, those people? Well, isn't it obvious? Don't you see it? He's white on the left side. All of his kind are white on the left side. I'm white on the right side. How could you not have seen that? He's white on the left side. He's the star-bellied Sneetch. He is less than the one who's white on the right side, the non-star-bellied Sneetch. Watching that as a little boy had an enormous effect on me. Because growing up in a world where racism and the racial divide was tearing the country apart, and I was struggling to understand what the issue was. And this taught me. He's white on the left side. He has a star on his belly. He's white on the right side. He has no star on his belly. In other words, it doesn't mean anything. It's a construct. It's imaginary. There is no difference. The only difference is what we choose to see. Why is that my favorite episode? Because that affected me as a little boy. And then who became my greatest role model thereafter, because it came at exactly the right time, was Archie Bunker. All in the Family. Carol O'Connor's depiction of Archie Bunker as a dyed-in-the-wool bigot, a racist, a homophobe, a misogynist. But the character of Archie Bunker was so clownish, so over-the-top ridiculous, that he taught me that to harbor these feelings, that to look at somebody of a different color and say, you are less than me, to look at a woman and say you are weak, to look at somebody of a different religion or nationality and say I'm better than you, makes you laughable, makes you look like an idiot. Star Trek and All in the Family, in my opinion, were the absolute driving forces of the civil rights era and of the change that was necessary in American society from the 60s into the 70s. Why do we still have those problems? Because some of those fuckers out there never watched Star Trek and they never watched All in the Family. Kiowan says, what do I think about the next generation? Now, admittedly, Kiowan, I did not watch a lot of Star Trek after the original series. Call me a purist. What I think about the next generation, I cannot answer your question with authority because I don't have a lot of experience, save for one particular story. I could speak all night long about the original Star Trek and the various episodes and what this meant and how this affected me and the meanings behind yay. When the next generation came along, I had already formed, so perhaps it didn't have the same meaning for me. But there was one episode of Star Trek The Next Generation that was so far above any other, so deeply affected me, so blew me away. It's one of those stories that I hope 300 years from now, they're still teaching in the classic courses when they teach classics. I can talk all night about the original series of Star Trek. Let that be your last battlefield, etc., etc. But the greatest story I ever saw in The Next Generation, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, Darmok and Jalar at Tanagra. If you don't know what I mean, oh, for fuck's sake, you just have to see it because I cannot describe it to you. It is a masterpiece of literature. You don't know what I'm talking about? Send me an email. I will point it to you. Darmok and Jalar at Tanagra. Possibly not just a Star Trek episode, possibly the finest science fiction narrative I have ever been exposed to in my 55 years of life and being a science fiction fan. And the record reminds us the episode is simply called Darmok. Remember the end of that episode? It was spectacular. There is no other word for it. Spectacular. Oh, Calvin the Wolf, it's 2 a.m. I hope you're still here, Calvin. I've been yip-yapping. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Russell Dixon, I forgot the Greek story that went with it. Gilgamesh. That's all you need to know. Darmok, his wine glass empty. Actually, that's a very, very good point. I'll be right back. Excuse me. There it is. Got it.
The brilliance of that episode, without giving away the brilliance of that episode, and please, somebody remind me, the actor who played the alien commander, his frustration that this Earth alien just can't understand Darmok and Jalar at Tanagra. Yes. Gee, look what I've got. I have another one. Oh, Beans and Boars. Thank you for joining us, Beans and Boars. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. And Marisa C., this is your first Winestream. Marisa, I very much hope that you are not disappointed. You seem to be joining at a point when I've already had quite a... I hope I'm not too far in for you to enjoy it here. Russell Dixon, yes, his eyes were closed. Darmok, his eyes uncovered. That moment, Darmok, his eyes uncovered. In the modern world, we have fables. Fables have been used since time immemorial to teach, to warn, to mold. We have used the concept of the fable, the metaphor, the story, to guide our progeny. We had the story of the lion and the mouse. We had the story of the snake and the old man. Aesop's fables. We still have fables today, and they still serve that purpose, to educate, to enlighten, to awaken. I believe that Darmok is the absolute epitome of the modern fable. Just as Let That Be Your Last Battlefield is also a modern fable. These stories that we tell around our figurative campfire to explain to the rest of our family, our tribe, our people. This is how the world is, and this is how the world should be. Those are the two things that fables teach us. This is how the world is, and this is how the world should be. And those two things that I've described fit that definition of a fable. Now, Russell Dixon says, are we going to go on about the lower decks? I have not seen it, so we will not discuss it. Simply because there is nothing to discuss. I have no input. I have not seen Star Trek The Lower Decks. At some point I will. And once I have seen it and have time to digest it and mull it over, we can discuss it. However, as of this time, it is for another venue because I cannot speak with authority. And Ragnar says, what do you think about Firefly? Okay, Ragnar, I'm going to turn my left cheek to you to be struck. I did not see Firefly. I understand that it was groundbreaking. I understand it was amazing, but because of happenstance, I either did not have the opportunity, or when the opportunity arose, I did not have the wherewithal or desire to see it. I apologize, but I cannot speak to Firefly either. Oh, Eddie the Weather Fox is off. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you for joining us.
And Russell says, the main point about Star Trek, that we can do better. I agree with you, Russell. That is the point that we can apply now. The thing is, when Star Trek first came out, it was not only that we can do better, but this is what we aspire to. Unfortunately, the way we have progressed, it seems harder and harder that that aspiration could ever be met. And at this point, since we're talking about all these things, I'm going to throw out to the audience out there, wonderful folks that you are, 2 words, and then I'll duck. Babylon 5. I was a Babylon 5 aficionado. I absolutely adored Babylon 5. I felt that Babylon 5 took the vision of Gene Roddenberry and took it to the next level. Babylon 5 was the future I would like to see. Not that it was perfect, but that it was imperfect, but that imperfection molded its apotheosis into perfection, if that makes sense. Oh, Gelty Drake is off. Good night, Gelty. Thank you very much for joining us. Mikhail King, what is perfect? Perfect is in the eye of the beholder. It's an extremely subjective judgment indeed. But J. Michael Straczynski, in his unfolding of the Babylon 5 saga, told the story of the future the way I would have wanted to see it. And this is interesting. This is very interesting. If you've not seen Babylon 5, I apologize. There might be some spoilers here. But there was a story arc where the media was trying to be used to spread a message, yet the media, the news, was taking the information it was given and twisting it completely 180 degrees. This came about at a time when that was happening to furry fandom. And this resonated with me, because as the person that was trying to make the news media understand, yet here we had it being twisted. And I learned from Babylon 5 how to untwist it. That's all I'm going to say. We can talk privately over a drink, but we're not going to speak any more of it on this stream. Oh, Mr. Morningstar is off to bed. Thank you, Mr. Morningstar. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, Arctic Grey Wolf has to make an ice run. Well, enjoy your ice, Arctic. Yay! Make an ice run. That's a science fiction story right there, unless you're talking about ice. Arctic, thank you so much. We hope to see you on the next stream. Viper Mara says, how are you and Mom? Viper, you just got here, didn't you? You missed the fact that that young lady was sitting right here next to me, didn't you? And Kuratos Dark, have you seen Dune? Do you mean the original movie, which I despised? That's all I can say. Dave Nevius, what's the temperature where you're at? I believe the temperature in Fahrenheit is currently about 88 degrees. Kaya would like to talk
about sci-fi universe I've been developing for a few years now. Kiowan, that requires lots of alcohol. Let us sit down and do that sometime. Oh boy, I think it's getting to me. And avarice incarnate. Interesting name. I'm getting hiccups. Thank you for sharing the time with us. Oh, and you're on your way home. Avarice, I hope that you have a safe trip home. Ragnar's off to bed. Oh my goodness. Everybody's going to bed now. But that's okay. I still have a bottle. When this glass and that bottle is done, I suspect the stream will be done. It is entirely possible the stream will be done first, because I cannot guarantee that my aged body can contain all of the above, but we shall see. This stream will not go beyond this. Let's just leave it at that. Dragon Wolf. What's the best place to learn biochemistry online? You're asking the wrong person that question, Dragon Wolf. We talked about this before. What book can I read? Read this one beginning to end. I am a firm believer, and maybe it's because I'm old. I am not going to point you to any place online. There is no online. There is no book. There is a person. There is a human being. There is a mentor. There is an instructor out there. An online site is not going to spark it in you. A book is not going to spark it in you. Somebody will spark it in you. The late Ronald Hess, the current Gordon Gribble, my mentors. You can't, and I am firmly of this belief, you cannot have that spark of fantastic inspiration from a website, from a book, from cold letters on a page. There has to be a human element. There has to be a human element. This question came up earlier, and maybe I just remembered. Maybe I can answer it now. I mentioned Dr. Ron Hess of Ursinus College. When I started out life, I was a synthetic organic chemist. Maybe this will mean something to you, maybe it won't, but I'm going to tell it to you anyway. Why? Because it's my fucking show and I can do what I want. Dr. Hess, when I was a sophomore organic chemistry student, was teaching us about organic synthesis. Synthetic chemistry. You basically take a bunch of chemicals, you mix them together, you make some shit out of it. And he said something, and what he said, and that would have been 1984. What he said in 1984 still resonates, still echoes loudly in my skull this many years later, and I hope someday to impart it to a younger scientist. Dr. Hess said, and he wasn't even this dramatic, he was just lecturing. He said, there is nothing that can compare to that feeling of holding up a bottle and saying, I got it. And what he meant was, here it is. I made it. This has never existed before in the cosmos. And I created it. That is the joy of synthetic chemistry.
that I made something that the universe has never before known. And that's what he said. I'm going to get emotional. I'm sorry. Let's change the subject. Let's move on, shall we? Tyro says, what do I need to cure a hangover? Do not drink. Give your alcohol to me. You will not have a hangover. I shall take that task on for you. Oh, hang on. Onyx Flame. Onyx Flame is a darling. Onyx Flame is not sleeping tonight because the X is being a douche. Onyx, my darling, the advice that I am inclined to give you involves physical response, and I am not going to give it to you because it wouldn't be healthy at this point, but you need to kick somebody's fucking teeth in. There, I'm sorry, I said. Sorry, let's move right along, shall we? Okay. Russell says, somebody needs some water. Russell, this is 85% water, so that's all we need, right? Okay. Jerry Spink, your opinion on the growing desire of people to augment their body with genome injectors and implants for data collection and feedback. Jerry, I don't know about that. Augmenting the body. Here I'm a person who's been dieting and trying to make my body look different. I'm hardly the one to talk about. Genome injectors and implants, data collection, feedback. Our species got along for tens of thousands of years without it, and we did just fine. Is it going to greatly improve the lot of humanity now that we have it? I don't think so. So honestly, I'm not too terribly excited about it. My opinion of whiskey sours? Oh, fuck yes! That's my opinion of whiskey sours. I don't drink hard liquors anymore, but when I did, oh shit. Whiskey sour, that's it. It's like lemonade that kicks your ass. Onyx Flame would like to know what's my favorite non-swear or mild swear insight. You talk about douche canoe and cockwomble. Okay, there's so many different cultural and linguistic subtleties there. Favorite non-swear or mild swear insight. I think you meant by insult. So you said insult. I said insight. You meant insult. There are so many of them, but Onyx Flame, I am now living in the American state of North Carolina. And as a Southerner now, I can adopt some of the Southern United States, shall we say, idioms. My favorite non-swear or mid-swear insult. Onyx Flame, let me instruct you. In the Southern United States, there's something that people will say. God bless your heart. In this part of the world, when you say, God bless your heart, what you're saying is, fuck you and the mule you rode in on. But Baptists can't say that, so they say, oh, bless your heart. In this country, in the South, if somebody says, oh, bless your heart, God bless your heart, what they're saying is, fuck you! So you know what? I would have to say that's the answer to your question. What's my favorite
passive-aggressive, shall we say, insult. Oh, bless your heart. Yeah, bless your heart, buddy. Oh, dear me. Kiowan. Hang on, guys. Hold on. No more shit in the channel. I got to talk about some shit, okay? Kiowan says, will you ever see transhuman furs, as in people who have modified themselves to basically become anthro? Do you guys know who Stalking Cat was? Stalking Cat, that was his name. Dennis Kavner. Dennis, he was a friend of mine, and he was one of the sweetest, gentlest, most spiritual men that I have ever encountered in my 55 years of life. Dennis adored tigers. Dennis felt a connection with Dennis. Dennis was spiritually motivated to emulate the tiger to the extent that he wanted to change his body. Shortcut, do a Google search for Stalking Cat. Stalking Cat, if you want to. Dennis. And from this point on, I'm not going to use his name, Dennis Kavner. From this point on, I'm going to stick to Stalking Cat because that's what he preferred. Okay? Stalking Cat admired the tiger so much that he wanted to become one. Cat had injections in his face to build out, if you will, his muzzle. He had dentures made that were the teeth of a tiger. He had tattoos of the tiger's stripes on his body. He had lenses made, contacts for his eyes. He had implants into his skin where he could physically insert nylon whiskers. Basically, metal bases he could put nylon whiskers in. Stalking Cat sought to turn himself into a tiger. He had his lip split. And I will point out that all of these changes were done by essentially a tattoo / body piercing artist. He could not get a physician to make these changes because in the realm of the physician, this is considered mutilation. No physician would do this. He had to go to body modification artists to split his lip, to give these injections, to implant whiskers. Because this was done by body modification artists and not by surgeons, they could not legally use anesthesia. Stalking Cat had these modifications done. I'm going to say this again more loudly. Stalking Cat had his body modifications done without benefit of anesthesia. While he was awake and feeling it, they cut his lip, split his lip, injected to build out his muzzle, implanted whiskers without anesthesia. Why? Because he wanted it. He
so wanted it that he was willing to endure the indescribable agony of these transformations. Stalking Cat transformed himself into a tiger. He transformed himself into the image that he wanted. I believe. Stalking Cat took his own life at one point. I don't know why. He didn't contact me. He didn't tell me. I don't know. Was it because he regretted the transformation? Was it because the transformation didn't go far enough? I don't know. And nobody will know. But this was a man who wanted something enough to be willing to endure the literal tortures of the damned. And while at first I was very much repulsed by it, I had to stand with him. Simply because if he wanted it that much, then who the hell am I to tell him he shouldn't have it? It was worth it to him. Stalking Cat created this alternative persona for himself. And then for whatever reason, he chose to end it. Give me a second here, okay? I'm sorry, I think I forget what the original question was. It is not my place to judge your dream. It is not my place to tell you that you may not have what you desire. My only place is to be there for you to talk about it after you're done. And that's the one thing that I feel that I failed, because I'll tell you what, let's have another question, shall we? Okay. Kaiwan, do you think we will ever have the technology? Well, guess what, Ty? When we do have the technology, you just better make damn well sure it's what you want. Will we ever get to the point at the genetic level that we can make these changes? I hope to God not, because, okay, I'm a scientist. We've talked for decades. Oh, let's use genetic engineering to make furries. No, let's not. I'm going to change myself into... No, don't. Now, I'm going to change the genome so I can... No, you're not. I will fight you until I am gunned down. I will stand until I die to stop
this. Why? Why? Because I grew up in a world where somebody who has dark skin isn't accepted by somebody who has light skin. I grew up in a world where somebody who decides to worship something called Yahweh isn't accepted by somebody who wants to call it Jehovah. I grew up in a world where somebody who isn't exactly this is rejected by somebody who is exactly this. Human beings, at least in this country, have not matured to the point that we are ready to accept the alien. We are not ready to accept the different. Until Americans can look at another person and not see skin color and not see religion and not see this and not see that, until we can look at another human being, no matter how different, and still see the humanity. We are not ready for that kind of change. But this is the beauty of furry fandom, because we're already almost there. Because with furries, you get a furry convention, you get a bunch of furries together. Here's a bunch of people. There's a guy. I'm a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. There's a guy who is black, Muslim, from the Middle East. But he's a husky. I'm a husky. And therefore we're brothers. Until human beings can find that common ground, which furry fandom already has, we are not going to be ready for that. Let's see. Dave Nevius says there are among us those who live with the chronic pain of being sexually repulsed by the natural human body. Dave Nevius, I have heard about that. We talk about race, we talk about species. What about the way we are, what we used to say, wired? You know, what do I find sexually attractive? In the conformist world, I am only allowed to be attracted to this narrow shit that's in this band, whereas all this is out here. And we can extend that to self-identity. My identity as a gender, as a species, as anything. The conformist world shows us this, but all of this is out here. Until that conformist world has no problem with all of this out here, there's going to be conflict. Here's what it boils down to. Humanity is still a child. We've come so far from the days of the Australopithecus till today, but humanity is still a child, an ignorant, stunted, stupid child who has not yet grown and learned. And that's why we love Star Trek. That's why we love Babylon 5. Because they show us a glimpse into that far-off future when humanity has finally grown up, when we have matured. But those things must remain fiction until such a time that we can outgrow this childish bubble in which we exist. Serendipity says, I'm honestly surprised you haven't mentioned that one story, the first failure story. Serendipity, are you talking about more than just a failure? I've been actually skirting around it because I'll probably start crying at this point. I've had enough alcohol. I'm going to leave it to you. This is a homework assignment. Look up more than just a failure. I'm going to leave it at that. Velocity, the running sloth, aka Slothmon. The furry fandom has definitely given me something to believe in. And you know what, Velocity? This is why I'm here. Not me here. That's why this community means so much to me. I mentioned that humanity is immature. Humanity is childish. Science fiction fans, furry fans, those of us who can see further than our peers. We are the ones who can look into that future and see hope. We have that hope that our peers do not have because they can't see it, because all they can see is their narrow little world. What is our duty? Our duty is not to lead them into that future. They have to find it themselves. But our duty as those who can see into that future, our duty is to guide them. We can't make them see it, but as they begin to become aware of it, it is our duty as visionaries to help them understand. Jesus Christ, that was fucking deep. Somebody write that down because I won't remember it tomorrow. Oh, gee. Oh, Christ. Yes. I got to remember that shit. That was amazing. Oh, Jesus. All right. Why can I only do that when I have alcohol? Oh, sorry. Jerry Swink. Favorite wine. Favorite wine / meat, etc. Produces in North Carolina. Okay, Jared, we're going to step back. Favorite, etc. in North Carolina. Okay. Biltmore Estates makes some rather very, very nice white wines. Outside of that, the rest of North Carolina, I would not shit on. And I do not mean that as an insult to the state of North Carolina. Other than the fact that I mean that I would not shit on them. Okay, let me explain that. I'm a wine drinker. This is sake. I'm a wine drinker. I have tasted the wines of North Carolina, the muscadine grape. It's fucking Kool-Aid with a small amount of alcohol in it. It's disgusting. It's the sort of thing that the devil would turn his nose up at. The devil would forsake North Carolina if he judged it on its wines alone. Standing by itself in an island of civilization, is the Biltmore estate, which somehow by happenstance or accident or thievery has managed to grow a wine strain which makes tolerable wine. That is my assessment of North Carolina wines. Either tolerable or rejected by the devil. You wanted an answer? That's my honest answer. How do you know it's honest? Because I have always stated that drunks are incapable of lying. It's been said many, many years, in vino veritas, in wine there is truth, because drunks cannot lie. Oh, Mr. Morningstar says, my grandma Carmen says hello. Mr. Morningstar, I very much hope that means that your grandma Carmen is not watching me right now, because if your grandma Carmen is watching me right now, I have just said some excruciatingly ungentlemanly things for which I must apologize. So please tell me that Grandma Carmen did not just hear what I had to say. Let's move along, shall we? Okay. Kiddo Dragon Fox says, too much of North Carolina has a native mold that attacks normal wine grapes. Actually, that's true. The native mold is known as the wolf pack. It is the NC State mold. In North Carolina, the NC State mold, the wolf pack mold, attacks the... Mr. Morningstar says she did and thinks you're drunk. All right. This is specifically for Grandma Carmen. Madam, thank you very kindly for your observation, and I must confess you are correct. I have had far too much this evening, probably more than a gentleman should have. I thank you very much for watching me, and I hope that you've been entertained. However, at this point, I would entreat you not to watch me any further, because I'm only going to be drinking more, and I think it would be unbecoming of a lady to listen to what more this old face has to offer. So, have a good night, madam. So, oh, Mom's here. She says, let's talk about wine. I beg thy pardon. Muscadine wine is fantastic. You drink it. Okay. At this point, I'm going to have a professional disagreement with my dear and sainted mother, whom you saw here, Grandma Kage. She seems to believe that muscadine wine is fantastic. You can drink and not get drunk. That's because, darling, it's Kool-Aid. It has some alcohol in it, but it's basically the punch that you had at my sister's frat party you described at the Quad in the 1980s. It's garbage. It's crap. Let's regroup at this point. I'm sorry. It is very, very obvious that I have some proper ladies watching me tonight, and this is very, very, very awkward for me, because I don't want to be ungentlemanly, but I don't want to present inaccurate information to the younger folk who are watching tonight. By which I mean, when I talk to the younger folk, I mean, don't listen to this old biddy who's talking about muscadine wine. She's frickin' half senile, for God's sake. Don't drink this shit. It will screw you up. I'm going to put you in a home, for God's sake, you old bat. Don't tell these people to drink that shit. But again, I don't want to be ungentlemanly when I say these things. Next question. Shall we move right along? Oh, Michelle King orders muscadine. Look, Okay, when I say muscadine, we're talking, okay, you know what? Never mind. Go ahead. Drink the stuff. Knock yourself out. See what you feel like the next morning. Go ahead. Don't listen to me. I'm not going to try to change your mind. Sasha Drifton says, put your hat on. Very good point, Sasha. Let me get my numerous hats. Here we are. Let's see. Let's get this one. Let's take... here we go. Here we go. All right. We can do this. Here we have the pretentious hat. This is the pretentious hat where I talk about the bouquet and the blah blah blah. Now here we have the ultra pretentious hat, also known as the alkali hat. In which case we take a sip and we say, "This is good shit." That's what we say. Let's get rid of this person over here. I don't know if Alkali is still here because you guys don't realize Alkali is almost as old as I am, which means he tends to go to bed early. So if he's not here anymore, then we can talk about him. And Kaiwin says, yes, hat stack time. We're getting close, Kaiwin. We're not quite at hat stack time, but we're getting there, shall we say. We're going to put the pretentious hat back on now. There we are. Very good, very good. Okay. Chronos says, where's the plague doctor? The plague doctor is in my back room there. The thing with the plague doctor is actually high quality leather. And it's a very, very nice medieval plague doctor mask. But when you wear it, it starts to generate a lot of moisture and the leather gets wet. And the plague doctor mask actually requires a lot of care. I actually have to get saddle soap and stuff. So it's so much work to keep the plague doctor mask going. I'm not going to bring it out again. But Keto says, did I wear it to work? Yes, I did. Somewhere I have a phone which has pictures on it with a phone. What the hell happened to my phone? Somewhere around here I have a phone which is... Mom, did you take my phone? I was going to show a picture of the plague doctor mask, but I seem to have misplaced my phone, which is somewhere around here. Okay, moving right along, shall we? Yeah, I did post it on Twitter, Chronos, if you'd like to find the link there. Oh, all right. Mom, call my phone. I lost it. It's here somewhere. Go ahead, call it, and we'll see where the hell it is. No, that's not it. Cerberus doesn't have it. No, seriously, it was right here. Mom, call my phone. I can't find it. Please. Oh, Mom, dial my phone. We were talking about this earlier with my niece. She didn't understand when we said dial. She said, why do you say dial? Never mind. Mom, call my phone! Where the... Wait a minute. No. Come here, Bjorn. Somebody call my phone. I don't care. Anybody, call my goddamn phone. I don't know where it is. Just... We're going to wait. No, I didn't put it. Actually, I did put it. Somebody call my phone. We're going to find out where it is, okay? All right, let's see what people are talking about here. And 532. I can't get over how much Kage looks like he's cosplaying Laurel Harrier. Well, this is another fine mess you've gotten me into. Is that what you're talking about? Incidentally, if you've not seen the film Stan and Ollie, I heartily recommend it. It is exquisite. My phone is not ringing and I don't know why. Mom, call my phone. It might be ringing at her place because she might have taken it with her. I don't know. Oh, Aldea Carufus says, I want to see Stan and Ollie, but how? I believe that Amazon Prime has it. Mad says I'm probably sitting on. Maybe I am. Do you hear that? Listen. Hi, did I find my phone? Hi, did I find my phone? Yes, I hear myself talking. Thank you very much, dear. This is Mom. I found my phone. Thank you. I'm going now. Bye. I'll get your groceries tomorrow. Okay? All right. Yeah, I'm going groceries. Bye. Okay, we got it. Sorry, where were we? All right, I was going to show a photo. In the old days, you kids, you don't appreciate this. In the old days, if you wanted to show a picture, you had to go to a box that had these little like paper things in it that had actual pictures on them. So yes, I'll hold this up. This was the plague doctor mask that I bought, and I was actually extremely happy with it. I wore that to work, and I was all like, "I'm going to wear this to work." Let me bring that back up. This was what I wore to work. I wore it to work. It's like, I'm wearing this to work, and I am edgy, and I am, amazing. I wore this to work. And every one of my colleagues that I passed looked up and said, "Hi, Sam." Which kind of, it kind of took the sand out of you, know what I mean? I don't know how they knew it was me. Did they just immediately assumed that anyway, all right. Mom says she got the answering machine. No, Ma, I got it. It's right here. Yeah. So yes, the plague doctor mask is in the back room there. And Rescuer says, "How ya doing, ya old crow?" Well, I hope you're talking to me and not the nice lady that was here before. Incidentally, this is the last bottle of sake. So once this glass and this bottle is done, the stream is going to have to be done because we're going to be gone at that point. Chrono says, "My gran has one of those boxes. And I love it, looking at all the old pictures. You know, all you youngsters out there, by which I mean anybody under 40. Let me tell you right now, all those big boxes with paper pictures in them that your grandma or your whatever shows you, look at them now. Make notes on the back. When your granny points a picture to you and says, This is Uncle Ted in front of the house. Make a note on the back. You know why? Because in 20 years, your progeny, your daughters, sons, nieces, nephews, grandkids, they're going to look at that picture and say, what is this? And you're going to look at it and you're going to have a vague memory. In the past, somebody saying something about it, and then you're going to tell these eager, curious young people, I don't know. I don't know who that is. I don't know what that photo is. That's 20 years from now. Today, you have the option of knowing. So for God's sake, and as a personal favor to me, if you've got some old person with wrinkles like this, pointing to a picture saying, this is what this is, take note. Because maybe you don't frickin' care. But years from now, someone's going to. Years from now, that's going to be important. Years from now, that's going to be critical. Years from now, some eager young person is going to say, please, what is the story? What is this? What am I looking at? Please don't say the one who says, I don't know. Because you have that power now. This is history, my young friends. This is how history is made. You're so used to online, look up on Google and such. Pay attention now. I mentioned that when I was growing up, I used to hang out with men, they were men then, who fought in World War I. I hung out with men who fought in the Spanish-American War. And they told me shit. They told me shit, and now they're gone, and I forgot. They passed their stories on to me, and I was young, and I didn't remember, and those stories are now gone. It's now up to you. It is incumbent upon you and my onus on you. I am giving you this task. You see those old pictures? Make a note. Who's in the picture? What is that picture of? Maybe it doesn't mean shit to you. Uncle Bob standing next to the house. But years from now, that might make an enormous difference. And some youngster who's saying, I really would like to know where I came from. It's up to you to tell that unborn, unknown person where they came from. Now's the time to do it. Get to work. Sorry, moving right along. Oh, Avarice Incarnate got home safely. Thank you very much, Avarice. Yeah. Hope to one day meet you, one day, so we... listen, Avarice, everybody says that. I hope someday to meet you. The thing is, Avarice, when you meet me, it's exactly the same as what you're looking at right now, except you can smell my breath, which is not necessarily a good thing. So enjoy what you have now. If you want to meet me sometime, I'm all for it. Just be prepared to pay for the alcohol. Moving along. Where are we at here? And 532 says, I want to meet you to buy you a drink, Uncle Kage. As I said, 532, I accept the offer. Please excuse my breath because it is probably reeking of acetaldehyde, as we mentioned earlier. But if you can take that, then great. Oh, I'm looking at this. Volpe's outfoxed. When my uncle passed a couple years back, so did the family stories. He shared them, but likewise I forgot them, and I kicked myself in the butt all the time for letting them slip. Okay, I'm not going to fault you, Volpes. I don't fault you at all. But old folk try to pass on. I saw this. This happened. I was there. I experienced this. We pass it on to the young folk. And then 100 years from now, the picture shows up in the museum. My picture. Right now. This picture, this image shows up in a museum. Image from 2020. And the caption in the museum is, unknown entertainer. Let's not lose your family story. Because you'll be gone. Yeah, you will. You'll be gone. But years from now, somebody's going to want to tell your story. You have to make sure that story is there for them. My God, this is getting heavy. Let's see. Oh, Ace Maddox says, Ace Maddox and I have a dinner date. We were supposed to meet at AFRICON 2020, but some shit happened. It's called cockamamie. I don't know what the fuck. You know what, Ace Maddox, let's put it off till next year. We'll get it. We'll make it happen. Yeah. And serendipity. Next time you find yourself in a little place called Genki. Yes, indeed. Hang on a sec. I'll be right back. I think I have something here. Boy, I hope I do. I better. Oh my God, there's too much shit here. What the shit is? What is that? I don't know what that is. God damn it. Crap, that's crap. Oh no, this is not crap. This is it. That's what I'm looking for. Hi. Remember me? We talk about stories. The old folk. There's Grandpa rattling on about shit, and it's boring. We've heard it before. Write it down. Some of you have heard this story before. I had the unparalleled pleasure and honor of coming to know this man. Who was he? He was a kid. He was a smart ass, as a matter of fact. There's his picture from 1942. Look at that. That's a smart ass. As a matter of fact, he was probably a dickhead. That's a dickhead. He's a fucking smart ass, and you just want to punch him, don't you? That man was a ball turret gunner in a B-17 bomber. On the 9th of October of 1942, his aircraft was destroyed while he was attempting to bomb the city of Lille in France. He parachuted out. He landed in a farm field which was owned by a farmer named Levesque. The farmer and his family nursed him back to health enough that when the Germans came to get him, he could at least walk as a prisoner of war. The farmer put him in an iron bed. That iron bed belonged to a little girl who was 9 years old. That little 9-year-old girl remembered this American flyer lying in her bed, shivering so hard that that metal bed was shaking. And when her father came up and said, cognac? He said, no, cafe. So her father ran up and brought him coffee, which was 90% cognac, by the way. That little girl remembered that American flyer in her bed. She grew up, she got married, she lived her life, and then she met a young American who said, I'm a friend of this old asshole. We still maintain a correspondence, by the way. She's now a little old lady living in France. And I'm a middle-aged scientist living in North Carolina in the United States. But we still write back and forth. Me, who listened to this old asshole's stories. Her, who was a little girl, who remembers this man shot up, bleeding, in shock in her bed in 1942 in the little village of Moushan in France. Where am I going with this? I don't know. I've had too much to drink. I don't fucking know. Where am I going with this is that all these old stories, they sometimes come back. You'd be amazed at how these ancient stories that are in history books will somehow involve you. She was a little schoolgirl. She was 9 years old. Her name was Huguette. She married a boy whose last name was Kenton. And I got to meet them in the village of Moushan in France. 60 years after the day that an American B-17 crashed into that village and one of the survivors parachuted in. And his story and her story and my story, which were going completely different directions, became inextricably combined. And combined with this handsome young man. This was the man who shot that B-17 down. This German fighter pilot who shot down the bomber. And this young asshole who was a gunner on the bomber became friends late in life. And that handsome German sent a Christmas card to the young asshole. And he was an asshole, by the way. There's no question about that. Paul was an asshole. But I saw that card 50 years afterward, where that German fighter pilot wrote in his Christmas card in German, needing to be translated, "I just want to make sure you know I was shooting at your engines. I wasn't shooting at you. My job was to take down the aircraft. And I am mortally sorrowful at the 5 men on that aircraft who lost their lives." Where am I going with this? I'll say again. When Grandpa tells you these stories, when Grandma tells you these stories, when your old drunken uncle tells you these stories, you don't have to listen, but write them down, because they're going to mean something to somebody someday. That's getting heavy. Let's talk about something else here. Okay. Unexplained says, did you get all the edits sorted for the pre-recorded for the... It just went off the screen. I actually pre-recorded a story hour for a number of conventions coming up, and the answer was yes, I got some edits sorted. The problem was, and I hope it didn't show up, tonight, I pre-recorded a story hour, but I don't have the best setup here. And there were the points where the video dropped out and some points where the audio dropped out. So a number of conventions asked me to record a story hour for them. So I did one story hour, and then I sent it off, and then I discovered an issue. So I tried to fix it, and I sent it off. Then I discovered another issue, and I sent it off to the next convention. So all these conventions have different stories. I realized I screwed one thing up, and nobody pointed this out to me. It's like, I count on you people. Where the hell were all of you when I needed your help, okay? I did a story hour for Indie FurCon coming up. And I wanted to, at the beginning, say this is for Indie FurCon, and I was going to... I started out by saying, yes, I want to thank the good people at, and I was going to say Indie FurCon. So what I did was I said, I want to thank the good people at, and then I paused, figuring I would put it in later. Well, then I added in the Indie FurCon bit, and I sent it off to them, but they're going to air it, and I only just now looked at it. Because the Indie FurCon story hour, I screwed up, because what I did was I wanted to film in me saying Indie FurCon afterward. Here's what comes up. Yes, I want to thank the good people at, and the idea was I was going to edit in Indie FurCon, but I put the wine glass in the wrong hand. So the story hour says, I want to thank the good people at Indie FurCon for having me tonight. So I don't blame myself. I blame Alkali for that. I blame Alkali 100%. And the reason I blame him for that is because he's not here and cannot defend himself. Ergo, yay. Oh, Mr. Morningstar is on. Good night, Mr. Morningstar. Thank you for joining us tonight. Yep. Journey Angel Dragon says, do you know why Tianlong don't do his wine streams? The honest answer is no, I do not. Journey, you would have to ask Tian himself. I honestly do not have an answer to the question. And I am afraid that's the best I can offer you. Chronos says, look at the time, Jesus. Hey, Jesus, look at the time. What time is it? Oh, mother of shit. Wow. 5, 6, 7, 8. I probably shouldn't go too much longer because this is a goddamn long Winestream. Holy crap. Kaiwin says, how much more of that bottle is left? I'll tell you what, when this glass is done, shall we say that we're done? Because I could empty the rest of that bottle into this glass, but that probably is not a good idea. Oh, Kawa to you, 788 says, I think you meant Jesus as in the Mexican name. Okay, I'll go with that, yeah. Incidentally, speaking of Jesus, which actually has nothing to do with it, on Netflix right now, we have a number of animated series that are coming out that are distinctly furry in origin. Most of them are Japanese, but for a number of them, the American voice actors that they've chosen have associated themselves very, very strongly with furry fandom. I'm not going to mention any anime specifically, other than BNA, which I'm just going to throw out, obliquely, or that one that's got the one with the wolf and the other guy and the thing that with the sheep and the. Somebody help me out. What's the one I'm thinking about with the wolf and the other thing? We'll get there. Beastars, yes, Kronos, thank you very much. How is it Kronos knew exactly what I was talking about? Okay, we got Beastars, we got BNA. You notice that on Netflix, a number of the anime series are distinctly furry, and the voice actors they choose for the American translations are themselves people who have, shall we say, been positively exposed to the furry fandom. Watch Beastars, watch BNA, especially watch the upcoming Agedetsuko. Because, okay, if you're not into Japanese language, in the American version of of Agedetsuko, we have Haida-kun, the hyena. Not only is he one of the most charming characters that has ever come across the animated scene, but he is voiced by a gentleman who sort of dove headfirst into furry fandom. I'm not going to say any more. I'm just going to point you that way. Let's see what you have to think about it. Yeah. Kaiwin says, next AC, you get some of the voice actors to be guest honored. We already had them. We had Ben Diskin, for example, who was Haida, who was what the hell's his name in BNA? The wolf dude who's so sexy, the sexy wolf dude, and you know what I'm talking about, that one. In BNA, and and in Beastars, he wasn't the main character, but he was Jack. Okay, Ben Diskin played a golden retriever. If you have met Ben Diskin, the man is a freaking golden. You look at him, he's a goddamn golden retriever. Just looking at him and listening, and they had him play a golden retriever. Of course he is, yes. We're almost done. I'm going to bring this back up for absolutely no reason. Actually, for a reason. I think you can still find this on Amazon. A lot of you have heard the story of Paul Gordon. Paul has passed away now. I had the immense honor of getting to know him, getting to be his friend. An amazing thing about Paul. Let's turn around. Remember I said this asshole here? This one. Yeah. I mean, look at that face. That's an asshole. There's no question about it. That guy's a fucking asshole. Sorry, I had to say it. This is a man who was shot down in the early days of World War II, was captured, became a prisoner of war at what objectively was not one of the most pleasant prison camps in the Third Reich. This man suffered deprivation, he suffered hunger, he suffered illness, he watched friends get shot while trying to escape. This guy. But if you read this narrative that he wrote, after all of this, he never speaks ill of his German captors. At no time does he put them down, because he recognized that these were men, specifically prison camp guards, who had seen too much and couldn't fight anymore. As much as he suffered, as much as he went through, at no time does he say a negative thing about his German captors, with one tiny exception. That's the SS. That's not in this story. That's elsewhere. That's when Paul was alive and you fed him too much sake. Paul told me, wherein he speaks very highly of the Germans, of the Luftwaffe, of the camp guards. I had to get Paul drunk, and significantly drunk, before he told me a story which I don't think he really ever intended to tell any human being. And to that end, I think I was honored, because he told this to me, and this came from a person that I suspect meant to carry this to his grave. The war was coming to an end. The Germans knew it. Everybody knew it. The war was done. Hitler and his goons, they're just hanging on, but everybody who fought for them knew we're finished. Guys were coming out of the woods. He said, Sam, there were guys your age in your corporal's uniform. Yeah. He said, these guys would come out, and the sergeant would say to all of them, take your shirt off. Take your shirt off. I want to see your chest. And Paul said, yeah, I was kind of wondering about this guy, because he wanted to see all these guys' chests. These guys would come out, they'd take their shirts off, they'd turn around. One guy came out. one guy came out of the woods. The sergeant said, "Take your shirt off." He said, "9?" Corporal behind him took the butt of his rifle. Bam! The back of his head. Knocked him down. They picked him up. They ripped his shirt off. Had an SS tattoo right here. Sergeant took his gun, popped him right in the forehead. Paul saw this. He said, "Jesus Christ! That man was a prisoner. What the hell were you doing?" The sergeant said, "No, he was trying to escape. Didn't you see it?" Because these men had found the concentration camps. These guys had seen what the SS was all about. You're not going to see this. You're not going to see this in your history books. You're not going to see this in your documentaries. In fact, for God's sake, I might be the only person on the face of the earth who still knows the story. Maybe, I don't know. But when these guys came out of the woods, if they had an SS tattoo, there weren't any prisoners. They were shot while trying to escape by the Americans. Because as Paul said, these Americans had found the concentration camps, and they were not about to have any dealings with the SS at that point. Okay, goddamn, this got very, very heavy, real fast. I'm sorry. I got very small amount of alcohol left. Let's wrap this up. Let's talk about some amazing shit here before we go, all right? I'm going to give you guys 10 seconds to recover, okay? Don't give me heavy stuff. Let's talk about some light shit before we go, okay? All right? And here we have that interminable period while I say, let's get some stuff to go. Well, I have the lag because I said it, but I'm in the future. You guys are in the past, and here it comes. Kronos. Kronos, thank you very much. First time in England. I remember my first time in England, Kronos. I was sent to the United Kingdom to audit a bunch of laboratories. And again, I had 6 laboratories in 5 days to do. I started in Southampton and I worked my way up. It was, as an Anglophile, as somebody who grew up with Monty Python, it was astonishing. The very, very first place I stayed was just outside of Southampton in the south of England. And it was a wonderful old manor house that was now a pension, if you will. I stayed the night, and before I went to bed, I went for a walk on the grounds. And I saw something, I took some photos. It actually captured my imagination. Because here I am, an American in, England, and did those feet in ancient time. I kind of wandered off the grounds of this old manor house that had been converted to a hotel. And I was out in the woods, and I encountered something that sparked my imagination. Because in these thick woods, I suddenly came across a clearing. The clearing was perfectly round. And it was made up of trees planted in a perfect circle, leaving this empty space. And I stepped into it, and it was silent. I mean, absolutely silent, noiseless. And I stepped into what I took to be a fairy ring. And in that silence, as my imagination went wild, I reached into my pocket. The only coin I had was an English tuppence coin. I set it down in the grass in the center of this ring of trees because I didn't know what else to do. I felt that I should do something. And I thought this was as close as I could come to something appropriate, to leaving an offering, a recognition, an acknowledgement behind of this ancient fairy ring that I had encountered. And I left that tuppence in the center. I didn't say a word. I just was very quiet. I left it there and I left. And I walked back to the hotel. And as I was talking with the barman later, I asked about it. He said, "Oh yeah, that's a deer trap. Yeah, we just clear it. We started clearing out, put a bunch of trees around it. The deer go in there and they get lost and they get stupid, so we shoot them." You know, I'm going to stick to my version of it. You know, the fairy ring, the tuppence, the offering to the old gods, and whatever the hell. Colin the Wolf, what's the funniest thing you've ever been told? "2016, Wednesday morning. It's Trump." Let's keep moving, shall we? 532. Ever thought about coming to London Fur Meet? Okay, here's a funny thing, 532. I actually attended a London Fur Meet a number of years ago. I have been to London Fur Meets. But here's a funny thing. I must have said the wrong thing. I must have upset the wrong person. There is a Twitter account for London Furs. Apparently, I'm blocked. So, having traveled to Old Blighty and having attended some London Fur Meets, I must have pissed somebody off because I'm now blocked by the London Furs Twitter. Welcome to the modern world. Alex says, if there were a furry museum, what would be in it and where would it be? Well, first, Alex, I think it would be in Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh has been the one city that has embraced furry fandom above all others. What would be in it? You know, Alex, I'm going to have to get back to you. What would be in it? Okay. If the city of Pittsburgh were going to say, we're going to set up a furry museum. You know, Uncle Kage, what would you want in it? I couldn't answer that question off the cuff. As a matter of fact, it's the sort of thing I would have to convene with a lot of old-time furries. Because if we're going to have a furry museum, we don't just want to have a popularity contest. This is not what we think is cool. This is not what's popular. If we're going to have a furry museum, we want to tell our story from beginning to end. Or rather, beginning to now. Pittsburgh would have the venue. That would be the place to have it because they're the most furry-friendly city in the world. As for what to put in it, that would require a significant meeting of minds. So get back to me and we'll discuss that. What else is going on? Kronos, if you see this, you now need to stop the Winestream and have a break. You finished your glass, as sad as it would be to have you stop. This is for you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Kronos, darling, that's very, very funny. But you know what? This is something, as an experienced drunk, I have trained myself to do. Drunks, we entertain. It's, hi, look at me, I'm funny, blah, blah, I make you laugh, ha, ha, ha. But we all need a friend to tell us, you're done. There's a point when we have to say, it's time to go to bed. And I have trained myself that if a friend says, you're done, you're done. You don't ask questions, because that friend is trying to say, dude, you're making an ass of yourself. Kronos has said, it's time to stop. So, we're going to wrap this up, because somebody who I believe cares has told me, you're making an ass out of yourself, so it's time to go. All right, we're going to wrap this up. Last minute questions, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to, and if anybody says, no, keep going, thank you very much. It's very, very sweet of you. But that is one rule that is not ever broken. That is one rule that we do not circumvent. When somebody says, dude, you're done, you're done. That's how drunks keep themselves from getting into trouble. So, all right, last minute comments here. Let's see what we have here. In fact, Silver Godaman has just added, I kind of refilled my glass You are correct. Thank you, Silver Godaman. Thank you. The evening is finished. We're going to do some final comments here, as long as I still have strength, but there will be no more consumption, because friends have told me that there should not be. Let's move along at this point. Okay. Debonair Mondornaire, any old school furry artists you recommend? Lots of them. Look up Cooner. That is John Cooner. He is one of the original furry artists. John Cooner was one of the people whose art was presented at that Worldcon in 1989, when I was first introduced to furry fandom. So look up Cooner, aka John Cooner. One of the original furry artists, and I dare say still one of the finest examples of our art. There you go. Let's see. 532. Make sure you don't go to bed without a glass of water. I got lots of water at 532, thank you. Otherwise, your head will feel like it's about to explode. Oh, trust me, I'm an experienced drinker. I know about exploding heads. Thank you very much for your concern. But yes, before I go, there will be, in fact, there is in the refrigerator a Brita filter with an entire, 2 quarts of water. That's going into me before bedtime tonight, so thank you very much. Onyx Flame says it's not a real Winestream without the Singaporean national. Okay, Onyx Flame, you are correct. Let me... Excuse me. Yeah. I used to be younger and more supple. There we go. All right. Okay, we're going to do them both. We'll start with this one. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. If you know the words, feel free to sing along. And this one will follow up. If you know the words, feel free to... Allons enfants de la patrie. Wait, sorry. Sorry, got it. Marikitara kyat Singapura sama sama menuju bahagia cita cita kita yang mulia berjaya Singapura. Marilah kita bersatu dengan semangat yang baru. Semua kita berseru. Majulah Singapura, majulah Singapura. Allons, enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-nous dans les campagnes, mugir ces féroces et soldats, ils viennent jusque dans nos bras. Aux armes citoyennes, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, qu'un sang impur approuve nos sillons. Play ball! All right. There you go. Where's my... There it is. Tyro says, isn't that the Russian or the Netherlands flag? No, Tyro, it is obviously the French flag. Do you notice is the tricolor? It is blue, white, red. That's how the French flag goes, right? Okay. Aurora Azura, the documentary of the fandom. How do you think the whole thing turned out? It was brilliant. It was the documentary that I would have written if I wanted to write a documentary. The folks behind the fandom did an absolutely pristine, spectacular job. Yeah. Chrono says, I need to get a British flag so we can sing God. So I think I have one. Hang on. I have a whole collection here. I just gotta find it. There's just so goddamn many of them. Wait. Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. I mean, I love Great Britain, but you guys need a new song. It's God save our noble Queen, long live our gracious Queen, God save our Queen. Send her victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign on, God save. All right, you guys need to get rid of that one. You got a better one. Oh, Jesus Christ, just when Britain falls at heaven's command, arose from 'neath the azure main, a rose from neath the hedge. I mean, now here's some guy goes. This was the charter of the land, and God in angels sang this strain. Everybody, rule Britannia, Britannia, rule the waves. Britons never, never, never shall be slaves. One more time. Rule Britannia, Britannia, rule the waves. Britons never, never, never shall be slaves. Play cricket. All right, that's the amazing part there. And yes, 532 says this might be why you're blocked by the London Furs. You're probably right now that I think about it. Okay. All right. Well, I'm out of flags, and I've been told that I've had enough to drink for the evening, so I think it's time that we bid good night to all of our amazing friends who have joined us here tonight. And here's the really remarkable thing. You know, look at this, the 21st century. Look at this, the year 2020. You know, I'm a late middle-aged, broken down old fucker in the United States with a bad back who drinks too much. And yet, here we've got people all around the world, well, willing to come and sit down in his living room for just a few hours and share a drink and a few songs and a little bit of silliness. On one hand, this modern world has created so many problems, but on the other hand, it has drawn us all together in a way that would never have been dreamed of even by my parents' generation. And one of my parents is in the channel tonight, she can tell you. So, what can I say other than all of you folks here in the United States, in Great Britain, in Europe, in Australia, in Asia, all you folks worldwide who took some time out to spend a few moments here in this bizarrely virtual world that technology has created for us, to allow me to share a story or two or an off-key song. Yep. It's made me feel good. Yep. It was fun for me, and it has made me feel happy. Conversely, if whatever I have said or done here tonight, whether it was serious or silly or whatever, and that was a thing falling on the ground, don't worry about that. Conversely, if whatever I have done here tonight has made you feel happy, then bully. What greater achievement can humanity have come up with than to have given us this amazing technology, this venue, this incredible connection, that whereas it might be interchanging, world-changing rules, it might not be, affecting foreign policies. If this evening, if this connection via this simple technology has made you happy, has given you joy, has given you a laugh, as much as that has done for me. You laughed, I laughed, across thousands of miles. Then what better use of technology can humanity ever have envisioned than to allow two people a world apart to laugh together? Thank you very much for joining me and laughing with me tonight. And we hope to see you again very, very soon. Good night.